That's so crazy. That's so crazy. So what happened was it didn't load my it didn't load the what do you call it, the Reaper source. So and no, it's okay. This gives me a chance to restart. How are you today, chat? Did you have a good day? Are you excited for more Nikke today? Oh, hold on, I should. Nah, I like the login music. I'm gonna keep it open. We are good, be better. What did you get up to? Did you do anything productive? No, you didn't, but you can pretend. It's okay. I know. My Friday was rough and work sucked, but at least it's over. Hey, you got through it! You did it, cool. You did it! Good job! Punch, punch, punch. Congrats to everyone for making it to the weekend. I had to check it was a weekend. She. Doing good. Today was nice other than stubbing my toe. Rip. Haha, sucks to be you. We are up to mischief? What kind of mischief? Maybe don't do that. You vacuumed your house. Did your vacuum explode? How do you have an unexpected dental appointment? I don't understand how you have an unexpected dental appointment. Unless you need like emergency surgery or something. I just clearing chapter 7 of Life was War myself. Today has been quite productive. Dude, you know, this reminds me. I really need to do more of my reading. I don't read enough. I know. Okay, you're like, Amaya, you're always reading. No, but like you have to understand that there are certain things I need to prioritize reading, you know? Depending on like the contents and stuff. Almost unpacking my room even though I've been hella procrastinating. Oh, congratulations on your new place, by the way. Are you... Wait, when are you moving out? Luckily, I'm illiterate. Yeah, I could tell. Some things need to be read more sooner. That's what I'm saying! Like, if I'm playing like a live service game, like I play a couple Ultimate games, right? And some of them are a lot of reading, but like one of the ones I'm looking to get into has like, I think over 13 million words, so good luck to me. Yup. Godspeed. Yep. Hi dude, how are you? I already have the keys to my room, so whenever I'm ready. You don't need to be out of your... I guess like you're in the... Aren't you in... You're in like barracks right now, right? Question mark? 13 million, a light afternoon read then. It's funny you say that because it's called Light and Night. I was working earlier today, but now I can just chill and watch my favorite VTuber. Favorite my ass. I'll take it though. Thank you. Oh, did I... Oh yes, my whole spiel went missing. Because I may or may not have been muted. But thank you to everyone that came to see me at my meet and greet today. It was very fun. You guys know that I get anxious at meet and greets, but it was a very fun experience. I met a lot of really cool people, and I talked to a lot of new people, actually, which was surprising. But I hope you guys all had a great time. And who knows when my next one will be? Maybe soon. Who knows? I'm trying to like take a cooldown on them because I get super overstimulated and anxious about them. But I'm trying to do them more consistently at least. Well, my barracks... Well, they said by the barracks manager said I can take my time. No one's moving to this room immediately. Oh, that's good at least. You don't have to rush out. Do you have to do any cleanup before you go? I assume you need to make it move-in ready for the next person. What chapter are you at? Or are you doing both? I'm not sure. I thought I was on chapter 8. But... we'll see. Maybe I'm mistaken? I don't know. I'm just gonna quickly look. I did not finish the April Fool's event before anyone asked. I heard there were spoilers, but also... ain't nobody got time for that. I feel bad doing anything Nikke related off stream. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, I'm on chapter 8. I'm on chapter 8. Okay, well, title's a lie. Well, technically I put in the stream title.
Drink
So...
up.
Oop.
At @suave_pigeon is now a legal poison taster. At @suave_pigeon celebrates 3 months of membership. Nikke love Amaya love _Amaya Pat.
Thank you, Pigeon. I saw that you were streaming Nikke the other day. How far are you in? I realize how much I have to go when I look at other people's streams. Yeah, that's what I saw too, Nicklet. I was like, oh, yeah, I can just go into archive if I need to. Chapter 24, you've been a busy dude. It definitely assumes you're up to date, but like we said, context is important. Yeah. I imagine that some things you won't know it's a spoiler unless someone tells you it's a spoiler. But even so, I wanted to be careful. I've been pretty good about not witnessing any spoilers, I think. Methinks, at least for the past how much? Hold on, my back hurts. I'm just gonna put on some cream real quick. While I'm doing that, would you guys suggest things for me to stream next week? Of course, Nikke, I was thinking Total War. I need to make my schedule. Sorry to my assistant for not making my schedule earlier. If you guys don't know, I have an assistant who makes my thumbnails, posts my tweets, stuff like this, because I'm crippled. I always have like the hardest time deciding what to stream. I got this thingy and you put... It's like a strip of like fabric or something. Did your hands get mad at Total War? I think I'm at like a point where I kind of like desensitized myself somewhat. It's like uncomfortable, but it's not as like painful as it used to be. It still is, but like, I don't know. Well, actually, I don't get any Nikke on my feed whatsoever. The Nikke community is in shambles? Why? Oh, why? What's the problem? Definitely been on that grind, but I've been loving your playthrough and the voice acting. I'm glad you like it. I'm not very good at live voice acting, so I appreciate that you guys enjoy it at least. Archive next year? What do you mean? Like it's not getting archived until next year? Are you mostly PC or console player? PC, but I prefer to play anything with a controller. Wherever possible. What's up, Santos? Did your friend relay what I said? If they're in the chat, then hello. Hi. More practice at line VA means higher V level or VA level sooner. One should hope so. I'm trying to put myself out there more. Yeah. That was so cute of them. You're kidding, we need a dev to know so you can start officially voice acting. I think there's a lot more difficulties to it than people realize, but I appreciate the faith that you guys have in me at least. It was a skill issue. Yeah, it was a skill issue. I appreciate the sentiment though. It's sad that you can make it. The spoilers and the April Fool's event are kind of just make you go, I guess that would happen at some point, no big deal. Yeah, I imagine most things that people are like, spoiler, spoiler! Admittedly, I probably would have already guessed, but yeah. Some of the early character design is so good, it feels like we got robbed. In Nikke? Like, what? Dude, why does it seem I'm offline on Twitch? Why are you a liar? Liar, liar, liar! Ugh. Aside from cleaning the floor, not really. Just making sure the room is good. What? I'm surprised it's not that strict. Hi, Brooksy, how are you? Yeah, I don't know what to stream. Shall we go through my Steam library? Dude, I love that feeling of heat on my back. It's so nice. Cause it's like what is this called? It's A535 and I don't know what makes it burn. What games do you like? I don't know, actually. Oh, I have Abiotic Fact. Oh, it must be from my sister. She plays this with her boyfriend a lot. I think Kathy's game is from my sister. Hold on, I'm in the wrong section. Let's see. I have a category specifically for stream games. Oh, right! I've been meaning to start Outer Wilds. I suppose this would be a good time to do so, yes? Should I do that on Saturday? I'm trying to try new things. I realized that I don't know what to stream half the time. nobody looks to me to stream anything specific, really. Well, actually, there are some people, like I guess like Nikke people or Warhammer people, but in general, it's not really anything specific, you know? Happy got a week off of work, surviving. Hope you're well. I'm doing okay. Is it paid? It'd be so nice if you got a paid week off. You can treat yourself. Am I like schemes that aren't for idiots, mostly from what I've seen? But you guys are watching them. I'm doing it for you. Yeah, I heard that even people who don't get motion sickness get really sick from it. But I heard it was really good. How long is it? I feel like Monster Hunter Wilds has reached a playable state and is controller friendly. Is there an event going on? It's been a while since I played Monster Hunter Wilds. Maybe I'll start... What should I stream on Thursday? Dun, dun. I don't know, I'll play anything. Well, I prefer things as a controller. Let's see. Let me just do this real quick. This one? Saturday. What should I do on Saturday? I think... I can start the Outer Wilds. I'm like completely blind into this, so... What would I do on Friday? Nikke. Chapter 9? 10? Maybe? What should I do on Thursday and Wednesday? Maybe I'll do Wednesday and then take Thursday off. I'm trying to... I need to catch up. I have done some stuff, but there's still more I need to do. It's technically just due to the nature of my job, so I'll attempt to catch up on my backlog. Godspeed to you. 50 to 20 hours! Yo! A5 is camphor. It's an irritant that distracts you from the actual pain. Its main mechanism. Really? I had no idea. Hi, Mac! I'm doing okay. I was going to finish our Slay the Spire playthrough sometime. I love to watch Mimi play Rimroll, but I don't want to impose myself. I want to play Rimroll too, Taco! I might give it a shot. I'm concerned about my arms. Maybe next week, because I said I'd do Warhammer this week. Oh! Guys, maybe I'm getting to a point where I forgot about Rogue Trader. But I don't think people would want to watch Rogue Trader, to be honest. It's hella long. Like, crazy long. And we all have commitment issues. Dun, dun, ba, dun, ba, da, ba, 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 da. I never finished Inscription. Oh, I got this roguelike. I'm gonna let you cook. Nani. I did get this for stream a bit ago. Maybe I'll try something. I always feel a little hesitant about playing like one-time games. I don't know. Maybe you guys will like it though. I'll try something new. I should go out of my comfort zone. Guys, I have to tell you something though. So, let me know your thoughts on this if you are capable of thinking. Hold on, let me... Actually, you know what? I'll take Thursday off to mentally prepare myself. Off. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Okay, so... I was thinking yesterday. I was like, that's kind of nice. Because, if you guys did not know, which you should have known, right? Yesterday, we had, I had a collab with Kana, right? And after the collab, I was like, oh my god, I can spend my evening to myself. This is so nice. And I recently read something that explained a lot. Apparently people with a lot of trauma really prefer like the evening because it's kind of like quiet and it feels safe, right? And I was like, oh, because one thing I've been struggling with recently is I feel like I never have enough time. Like, for example, today, guess what time I slept at today? I think it was 8 a.m. Maybe a bit past 8 a.m. 3 a.m. Nope. Aw, okay, you're sweet. Quite a bit later. Yeah, I slept at like 8 a.m. But yeah. I constantly feel like I don't have enough time and I work much better at night. So I've been thinking, and this is something I've contemplated in the past too. Right? But I've been thinking that maybe if it's early afternoon, maybe I could stream some days of the week. I don't know what you guys are thinking. I was thinking, what time would this be? 2 or 4 p.m. EDT, maybe? Question mark? I mean, it could be a reason why you like evenings, Edro. Who knows? Hi, Obito! I am ready. I think we're actually going to be on chapter 8. No, because I like the evening, and now it's starting to get bright at like 6 a.m. and I don't like that. You know? I'm like, I can watch you at work. And I feel bad for like some of you, like you EU viewers. I don't have too many, but it would be nice to, you know, grow EU audience. But also, there are some of you guys that make time to watch me, and I'm like, dang, that's rough, buddy. That's rough. 2 words, blackout curtains. See, I don't have blackout curtains because if I have blackout curtains, you know how much I take advantage of that? It's the same reason why I don't have a mini fridge in my room. Like, if I had a mini fridge in my room, that would be devastating for me. I don't want to purchase things that will allow me to be worse. You know? I already am plenty good at making myself worse. Are you awake at 2 p.m. EDT? Maybe I'd sleep earlier. I think I could be up by 4 p.m. I can be up by 4 p.m. Probably. That's possible. You know? That'd be nice. I'm an EU viewer. So sorry. It's currently 1:30 a.m. here. Thanks, Weasel. Enjoy your tabletop game. I was like, RPG. And my reflex is to say TTRPG. I have shutters, blinds, blackout curtains. If I don't want light in my room, it won't exist. There already isn't light in your room. You absorb all of it, like the black hole you are. The curtains can be self-care, the fridge can be self-harm, call it semantics. It depends on what day of the week, maybe. My only question is, did you ask your mods if that time works for them? I think you know the answer to this. I mean, like, we're doing mod apps, so, which, speaking of which, there's mod apps. I mean, a lot of stuff, like, I do, like, myself. And, you know, that's kind of on me. It do be like that, for real, but I don't. If you're going to get a mini fridge, you also need a microwave to reheat your food. You know how much BL I could buy with that instead? That money? What a waste. Darn the curvature of the earth and time zones. That's what I'm saying, man. Unbelievable. I'm just trying to encourage her to be a shut-in. Oh, yes. Actually, well, part of the reason I bring this up is because this week I have therapy. And as you guys knew from my previous update, I think I'm a lost cause. I actually think I'm genuinely starting to think I'm a lost cause at this point. I don't know what the problem is, and I don't know if I want to fix it, because there are so many. Dude. This is actually kind of crazy. So, I get my therapy and I see my psychiatrist at kind of like a temp station. You're not supposed to be there long term, right? You're supposed to get kind of like stable and then you're referred elsewhere to get like, I guess like permanent, quote unquote, like therapy or like a psychiatrist, right? Anyways, recently my therapist told me, just so you know, we're gonna have to start wrapping up because actually these are only supposed to be around like 8 to 10 sessions max before we refer you somewhere else. Right? And she's like, Yeah, we're at 14. I've been seeing her over a year, guys. I don't know what to say. At some point, I'm not kidding, right? At some point, both my therapist and my psychiatrist asked me something along the lines of like, what did they say? Do you want to get better? And I was like, shit, man, I don't know. I think I would like to be better, but I've been like this so long, I don't know what to do, you know? It's like, I'm in a sense of complacency, you know? Oh. But yeah. You actually go out of the house more than me, so... Well, the thing is, she didn't tell me. I didn't know this entire time. But, like, I mean, to be fair, maybe she did tell me and I forgot, but I feel like I would have remembered. Something like that, you know? Self-improvement is hard. Anyone who can improve themselves, I respect that. Dude, okay, actually... Something feels wrong. I feel like my spine is bending in or something. That's not right. Well, if I die, I die. That would be unfortunate. Well, sheesh, being messed up is so much fun. What did they say about me to get better? I think, okay, here's the thing. How does one explain this? So this isn't like a trauma dumpy thing. I'm just being clinical about it, right? I was diagnosed with what do you call it? They changed the term for it. It used to be called dysthymia, but it's called I think it's called PDD now, where it's called persistent depressive disorder. I got diagnosed with that like over a decade ago, right? But I'm pretty sure I've had it since I was like 13 or something. So I've been like depressed like the majority of my life, right? Because I'm almost 29 now. And for me, I don't know how to be anything else. There are moments in my life where I get these like glimpses of like happiness, or I'm like, oh, I think this is what it would be like for a normal person, you know? Normal, quote unquote, right? But, and like, I'll have like the desire to potentially recreate that, right? But then that desire quickly fades and I'm like, well, I mean, it's kind of fine as it is now, right? I never feel sad enough to fix it, and I never feel happy enough to fix it, you know? And it's hard, right? It's so hard, guys. Because it's like, well, I've been like this so long. I don't know how to be anything else. Like, I can't find where I begin and my depression, like, ends. You know? And this isn't to say, oh, like, I'm sad all the time. That's not how it works for a lot of people. For me, it's kind of like an emotional numbness. There is this... I don't remember which psychiatrist it is, but he came up with this term that I thought was very, very, very relatable, right? And it was called achievement anesthesia, where basically you can accomplish things, right? And you feel like nothing, or you feel like empty. And it's very hard to combat that, especially when you... How does one say this? What fuels people is desires, right? What fuels people to do things is feelings. A feeling of inadequacy, a feeling of wanting to be more, a feeling of, like, wanting change. But when you're depressed, it's very difficult for you to feel anything at all. So these motivating factors are... It's so much harder to better yourself, you know? I'm not saying that it isn't hard for other people, right? But I feel like when you're depressed, it's especially hard because... you can't feel the things that would push you to do the things that would make you feel. Does that make sense? I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah. I'm sure like some of you guys relate to this, but I hope that for anyone who does relate to this, you can find it in yourself to better yourself, because you deserve to better yourself. You know? The 3 a.m. thought of I'll wake up tomorrow and suddenly have a desire and willpower to maintain a new healthy routine. I mean, that's part of the reason I read so much. I like that sense of escapism, you know? You're so used to being that way when it's outside of your norms. It's like it's surprising and knowing if you want that. Like, okay, I've had experiences where I'll feel a sense of fulfillment. And I've described this to Umi like this before, and she's mentioned it, but the way I describe it is any joy or desire, it's like being put into a broken sink or something, or like a broken bowl, and it just spills out as you're doing it. It might pool for a little bit, and there might be a little left, but then it's gonna evaporate. You know? That's how I feel. I don't know if you guys feel that way too. When you really think about it, there is no normal, only society's version of it, which can change and evolve. Bottom line is, if you feel good, that's all that matters. I think so to an extent. I think that there is a baseline that people should strive for to an extent, right? But I don't know what's normal. Like for me, I've very, very, very rarely met anyone who would be considered like healthy emotionally. Like almost no people. People who are like secure with themselves, secure with others, to me that's an incomprehensible thing. Like I cannot understand that concept, you know? Makes sense to me, probably because I relate to it. The improvement, at least for me, also comes so slowly. You question if it even exists. Yeah, and honestly, I will say at the least, all you can do, well, not all you can do, right? As long as part of you thinks about it, you're not giving up on bettering yourself. I will say that. It's okay to just think about it. It's okay to just think about getting better and register and process what that concept means to you, because being better means different things for different people, you know? But like for me, I don't know, I've said this to my therapist before, right? I'm like, I think I want to get better because there are times where I feel a sense of like pleasure and joy, right? And I think it would be something that I'd like to experience, but it's like also I don't feel bad most of the time. I just feel nothing. You know? I know that makes sense. But I should probably be monitoring my symptoms more. Actually, hold on. I have to... Oh! Yo, I might have fucked up. Uh-oh. Wait. Hold on, let me check my calendar. Ah! Oh wait, no, it's tomorrow. Never mind. Whew. I was like, it's today the day I increase my medication dosage? No, it's tomorrow. I have to write it down. Sorry. I have to go up to the max dose tomorrow. I was like, I thought that was at the end of March. Turns out it's beginning of April. Yeah. Sometimes feeling happy on the smallest of trivial things should be enough. No, it doesn't have to be a huge dose of dopamine. No, but this is different. It's a feeling of not wanting to go through your life, just feeling the motions and like going through the motions. It's not this sense of complacency where you just go each day in and out, you know? I would like to have the desire to want to live my life more fully. It's not something that I actively feel, right? But I think that's something I want for myself, you know? I think you're pretty normal. I don't know what normal is, but if you guys think this stuff I've said on stream is traumatic, I have to tell you, it gets worse. So... I feel that. I'm pretty sure, I'm 80% sure that I'm undiagnosed ADHD, which explains my personal conflicts with dopamine and serotonin. What's that? Dopamine? Serotonin? Crazy. Incomprehensible. What the... Yeah, I'd like to feel fulfilled. It's like I always leave a note by note, and by note I mean a trail of post-it notes covering the fridge. I forget to look at my own post-it notes, dude. Like, actually. You're awesome to us. Thank you. You guys are okay. At best. But keep it up. Maybe you'll become a passable human being. We'll see. What about the trauma induced by cursed topics on stream? That's nothing. I've had way worse. I've been using the notes app on my phone more increasingly for these things. I will say, actually, one thing that helped me for a bit before I forgot it was I actually had a positivity journal. And the thing about the positivity journal is it was really simple, actually, right? Basically, you wrote down things that you were grateful for that day or things that made you happy, even a little bit. And it forced me to put into perspective, I guess, what is a good thing more. You know, it actually did help a lot with that reframing of mine, but then I lost it and I never made a new one. And I never bought a new one. Let me see if I can find an example on mine. Let's see. I don't know if this will be of any help to you guys, but if you think it would be of some help to you, maybe we can start doing one together. You know? Because I will say, I think sometimes I'm an ungrateful piece of shit, guys. I don't think I'm like the worst in the world, but I definitely... My circumstances could always be harder and they could have been much worse, you know? I'm glad that you were able to get some good out of that journal method. When it was suggested to me, the only thing it did was reinforce what I already know. What did you feel it reinforced for you, Wedgetail? I think for me, I don't know what fulfillment is personally, but I said this before, but when I worked my summer job a while back, it was really nice because I realized in that like moment, there is a world outside that also appreciates me, you know? I don't have to constantly be here. Sometimes I feel like well, this is because my own personal issues, right? Because of like my background and stuff, how because if you don't know, I did not actually graduate high school. I didn't like flunk out or anything. My anxiety got really, really bad, so I just stopped attending. Like I was hiding in my closet pretending to go to school for I think at least a couple months. I think at least like 3 months or something, maybe even longer than that, right? But I stopped going to school, and from my perspective, because of like everything I was raised with, right, that made you a complete failure. In my head, there was nothing that you could like do if you did not go to school. And obviously I didn't necessarily agree with that logically, right? But how do I say this? It's like a mentality that has been like deeply enrooted in, like, it's so deeply entrenched that it's like part of how I feel, even though I don't agree with it. Does that make sense? It's like something that I subconsciously just like, it becomes the filter for a lot of my feelings about myself. I never feel this way about other people, right? But when it comes to me, I do. You know? Sorry, I thought I heard yelling. Anyways, what do you call it? I think the biggest thing for me was I was constantly told like, hey, if you don't go to school, you'll end up a failure. You're gonna work like you're just gonna work at McDonald's for the rest of your life. I mean, what's wrong with working at McDonald's necessarily, you know? I mean, if you're happy and you can live your life. I think it took a long time for me to, I guess, figure out what happiness means to different people, because it was never about happiness in I guess like my life, because my mom never forced me to necessarily pick a certain career path or anything. I wanted to be a writer and she was like pretty supportive of it. She didn't dissuade me necessarily, right? But she did like force me to go to school, and I did like do pretty well in school. Like I took advanced classes, I was on the honor roll, blah blah blah, went to advanced schools, you know. But like I think at some point I don't know what you would call this, maybe perhaps I think it's called gifted kid syndrome, where basically you're really smart without trying, right? And then the second you have to put in a little more effort, you get overwhelmed. It didn't help that I was the kid crying at the table asking for help with math homework. So What helped me with being happy was coming to terms with being sad. The number can't always go up and neither can happiness. Each day can't be happier than the last, so it takes a sad day to lower the bar back and reach for happy days. I can understand that perspective. I think for me, it's hard to feel either. Sometimes I would rather feel sad than nothing, you know? As an Asian person, I failed so much in my life and I felt shame from it, but I've embraced I don't need to follow society entirely. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean you failed. It's just different. I'm like Desi, for example. He says that he regrets going to college, you know? If you're not going into finance, mathematics, teaching, engineering, or hard sciences, it's worthless. Everyone would prefer certificates and experience. Dude, it's kind of crazy because I've said this. This is insane to me. I got rejected from a baking program because I didn't finish grade 11 math. Mind you, I did, like, I think I did grade 10 honors math, which is basically low-key the equivalent of grade 11 standard math. Like, and I finished most of the grade 11... let's see, was I in... Oh yeah, I was in grade 11 AP math too. I didn't finish, but I was in AP math. And they were like, yeah, you gotta finish. It's fucking baking! What do I need it for? Bruh. Whatever, man. Yeah. I hope that you guys can find something that you feel fulfillment in. Fulfillment in. And, you know, your own type of happiness. I don't know what that looks like for you, but if you could find it, that would be great. Baking is math. 2 + 2 = 4. There you go. Baking is what? Algebra? No, it actually has theoretical physics in it. It's super intense, man. It's fucking baking, dude. Pass chemistry so you can describe the entire chemical process of yeast affecting bread. Nope, you didn't pass algebra. You know what's the funny thing? I took IB chemistry too. So... Okay. Okay. Whatever, man. Actually, I don't know if it was IB or AP, but I did take advanced chemistry. Because I was like, I don't want to go into biology. I'll take chemistry instead. Because you have to choose, I don't know what it's like for you guys, but you have to specialize a science in grade 11 onwards. You know? I mean, it's not hard. It's like basic math. I can't do it off the top of my head because I don't remember actually how much like a teaspoon even is in terms of like milliliters, but still, or like, actually, what teaspoon? Yeah, I guess it depends, right? What you're measuring, right? But like, I don't know. It's kind of bullshit, dude. After that, I was actually very, very, it was super depressing for me because I already felt really bad about myself, but then being turned away from something that I thought was entry level accessible was incredibly disheartening for me. I tried to do chemistry in grade 11. My chemistry teacher refused me because he was a useless teacher, so I had to do physics over the phone. Is like, what the fuck kind of situation did you have? What? Once I realized you can ace every test and you fail, wait, you take and fail every class because you didn't do the homework, the illusion was shattered. I think that homework as a concept, okay, well, homework, I don't hate homework as a concept, but the way homework is assigned does not respect your time. When I was in school, I was constantly belittled for like mind you, when I was like 15, I was working and I was in school too, right? I would come home sometimes at like 11 p.m. after like working a shift at like the fast food place, right? And I would like, if I would go on the computer, I would get yelled at because I was being lazy, which, I mean, to be fair, I was on the computer a lot. I was like low-key addicted to League of Legends at the time, right? Like, I do understand like some of my frustration, but like, I remember distinctly this. So when I was in grade 3, my mom wanted to take me to an advanced school, right? I think it was grade 3 or grade 4. No, I think it was grade 3. Okay, so when I was finishing around grade 3, right, my mom wanted to take me to an advanced school, which had an advanced program, right? And in order to get in, I think you had to do an interview, you had to do math test, and then I think you had to do an essay. And I remember feeling so stressed and so pressured, and I was crying as I was writing my essay. And then she was like, what do you have to be stressed over about? You're a kid. And so that kind of has like stuck with me my entire life, because anytime anything was hard for me, I would get told it wasn't that hard. Or anytime anything was hard for me, I was told, oh, you're just a kid. You know, it's stuff like this constantly. I wasn't allowed to have problems. Sometimes if like my mom saw me like sad, or yeah, if she saw me sad, she would get angry at me for being sad, even if it wasn't related to her. And so I grew up extremely like emotionally repressed. I used to be very much like kind of a landmine, you know, where I used to be very temperamental. Now I'm very, very good about like controlling my temper. I very rarely get irritable, or at least like I very rarely explode, you know, right? To clarify, I love my mom dearly, and she was going through a lot at the time, and like she has gone through a lot. My mom worked incredibly hard, right? Like she was a nurse. It's fucking hard, and it was super stressful for her too, right? Because single mom, obviously. Like my dad died when I was 4, so I do understand like her frustration sometimes, especially since I wasn't always the best daughter, right? There were times where I was lazy, or I could have helped out more. Even now, I think that's still the case, right? And that's, you know, that's on me, right? But like, my mom is not a bad person, so nobody think that she's like a bad person or anything. I love my mom dearly, and we have a good relationship now. But like, you have to understand too that it's like a generational trauma thing, right? My mom experienced similar things. Like, she had it worse from her family, you know? It doesn't make it okay, but I understand where she was coming from, you know? I don't know if that makes any sense. I've heard being a parent is hard. It's not like life comes with a manual on how to be one. I know my mom tried her best. Was she perfect? Hell no, but I'm happy she tried her best. Yeah, and that's kind of how it is, right? Like, it's your parents' like first time kind of too. Bro, your work is yikers, Aki. My bullheaded nature prevented that from happening to me. Instead, it made me frustrated that people belittled me. I wasn't allowed. Well, the thing is, like, I wasn't allowed to do anything. I wasn't allowed to get angry. I wasn't allowed to get sad. Sometimes I got yelled at even if I screamed in my pillow, I'm pretty sure. Like, even now, if I get... I'm very, very sensitive to loud sounds. Like, I know some people probably think that, like, I'm exaggerating, but it genuinely... I go into fight or flight, and it's gotten a lot worse in the past, like, year, because sometimes my dogs will fight, and I've started getting, like, incredibly paranoid about it, to the point that I get nightmares about, like, my dogs fighting, right? And so, like, anytime I hear a loud noise, right, I just, like, immediate, like, deer in headlights, low-key, you know? What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, Soul. But yeah, anyways, I don't remember what I was saying. Why was I saying that? I forgot. I had a reason in saying it, but I don't remember. Sneeze? Why sneeze? Why do I need to sneeze? My dad was the same. Always more that could be done, more that could be expected. And if he could do it, you should be able to do it, even if the situation isn't the same. Yup! Constantly. No, it wasn't therapy, Jess. There's something else. But what do you have to be stressed about and blowing up on you for having emotions too relatable? Dude, and like... I think that's part of... It's one of the reasons. There are a couple big reasons why I'm really sensitive to this. But if I feel like I'm being controlled, Okay, you're fucking annoying. If I... Sorry. If I feel like I'm being controlled, I, like, flip my shit. You know? I don't know if other people feel that way, but if I feel like I'm being manipulated in some capacity, or someone is trying to control my actions, or... guilt me, I actually get... That is, like, one of the things that really sets me off. I don't know why. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I do know why. Yeah. Anyways, I guess what I'm trying to say is... allow yourself to feel things. I am not good at it, but you can be better in my stead as I work on it. Or we can, you know, both get better together. As a kid with a really short attention span, surprisingly not ADHD, even though it made me frustrated, I would get distracted and forget, probably for the best. Me every 2 seconds, dude. You did it once, you should now be a master at it and be able to succeed every time. Dude, if only. If only. Oh, there's a survey for commanders? Oh man, I gotta type. Oh man. Ba-ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-bum. What was I doing? I forgot. I don't know. I feel the same thing too for me because the person making commotion in my home is so mentally mature. If they make a commotion out of trivial things, I would feel like crashing out. You get it, Arpin. You get it. Oh, hold on. I fucked up with my schedule. Oh. 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 Okay, 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 okay. What was I gonna do then? Oh, okay. Sorry. It's mostly multiple choice. Yay! Okay, that's good. Thank you. Dude, my boob hurts. Do I have cancer or something? That'd be unfortunate. My aunt died of breast cancer. Would not like that. I think if I was gonna die... how would I want to die? Quickly. I want it to be like a flash. Like, my existence was just a blip. You know? That'd be nice. I feel like I'm the opposite, but I'm just a bot that I need someone to tell me what to do. Go make money. There you go. Win the lottery. Go to the Maldives. Unknown. Best way to make me work against and resent someone is having them try to control me. I think for me, I've had a lot of really toxic people trying to manipulate me with a lot of things, whether it's like their own safety or like my placement in their life, you know? I just really, really, really despise it. Become billionaire, easy dub. That's what I'm saying, dude. Why don't you just do it? For when it's rare, if you sound pretty similar to me, all I can say is I'm happy now and getting better every day. It can happen. I'm so glad to hear that, dogs. It's really nice to see people overcome this, you know? I don't know if I'd go as far as to say it's inspiring. I'm sure in some capacity it is inspiring, right? But that's not really an emotion I'm capable of feeling at this moment. If I was capable of feeling inspired at this moment, I'm sure I would. Like, genuinely. Other people's priorities for me are inferior to my priorities for myself. Having situations where others impose is toxic. I mean, I think it's like... I have a heavy sense of responsibility when it comes to people's emotions. Because a lot of the time I spent actually... If I wasn't the person getting yelled at, I was mediator. Or I was in my own... Actually, no. In my own arguments, I had to be the one that was calm, right? I had to placate, I had to fawn, I had to do all these things, right? So for me, this is the problem with having your window open. You just hear shit all the time. I guess I kind of just like grew up having to constantly be on my toes regarding people's emotions. One day I didn't do the laundry correctly and my mom ignored me for like 2 or 3 days, dude. I didn't even do it on purpose. Bruh. I was never allowed to be upset or anything. You can be upset here. In fact, I'll upset you right now. You stink. I hope you know that. Did it work? But no, I get that. It's exhausting. Especially because, like, I think it's part of the reason why when I'm really, really angry, I don't know if you guys are like this, right? But I cry when I get angry. Like, I can't help it. It's like physiological tears. And I hate it. I hate it because people like dismiss me in arguments. If you smell like old mustard, you should probably see a doctor. Like, I can't help it, dude. Like, I tear up. It's not because necessarily I'm sad, but it's like, when I'm angry, I feel the need to... It's like the emotions like bursting out of me, you know? And I can't contain it, and... How do I describe this? It's like I'm constantly on a roller coaster flip-flopping between how I should express it, and that to me is like a deep sense of frustration that like contributes to me tearing up, you know? I don't know if that makes sense. I become distant and dismissive when angry. The madder I am, the less at someone, the less I care about them. If I'm quiet, if I'm like actually quiet, that's how you know like I'm beyond angry. If I'm yelling at you, I'll be super angry, right? But if I'm quiet, I'm done with you. I rarely get to that point. Then when you choose to close off because of all that, they start complaining you don't talk to them and trying to ambush you with interaction when you can't run away. Sorry, I'm getting flashbacks as you say that. Ignoring your child is a choice. Dude, I mean, there's been worse. My mom used to say, she's like, if I get like pricked by a needle, you know, and I get a disease at the hospital, what's gonna happen to you and your sister? You're gonna go into foster care. Or it'd be like, she'd be like, I'm up to here, you know, I could leave at any point and just not come back. So I would like cry, like I'd phone her like just to hear her like voicemail, and I'd be like sobbing saying, Mom, come back, when I was like, I don't know how old I was, maybe like 8 years old. It happened for a couple years. Yeah, at some point I stopped calling Bo. Reminds me of saying the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. Yeah, it's hard for me to be truly indifferent to someone though, I will say. I can always feel bad for someone in some respect, even if I dislike them. There's not really anyone I truly hate, even the people that have very, very deeply wronged me. There might be one person, and that's because they showed no remorse whatsoever, and they stalked me for years. So, you know. It was crazy because they would pretend to be different people, right? And they contact me and like try to work their way into my life, but I could like guess it was them. And anytime they like added me or something, they'd be like, you're still upset over this very, 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 very terrible thing I did to you, and you know, other terrible things? How childish. And I was like, I'm not being childish, I'm not crazy, you keep making me feel like I'm crazy. But yeah, that's part of why I don't like it when people gaslight me too. That's part of why for a long time I didn't like games like Goose Goose Duck or like Among Us. But I've gotten better about it, obviously, right? Because I played it sometimes, right? But it's because I'm sensitive to gaslighting in mind. That's why. Yeah, I mean, that just sounds like narcissism. Oh yeah, he was a huge narcissist. He is not a good person. Yeah, but anyways, that is my whole discussion. I did not intend to talk about this that long. Yeah, I hope no one like feels sorry for me or anything. I wasn't saying this with the intention of making anyone feel sorry for me. I know people are like, I don't know if it makes other people uncomfortable. I hope it doesn't. But I guess for me, I don't really see it as like trauma dumping because I'm not like venting or sad about it. To me, it's just something that happened in my life, you know? It's stuff like I've kind of like come to terms with, and it is what it is, right? Like, it's not something that I'm like feeling the need to get off my chest. It's just something they're like, hey, maybe you guys relate to this. Maybe you can kind of understand it. And, you know, maybe we can all learn from this and grow as people, you know? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I personally don't really think it's a big deal for me. But yeah. That is what I mean. It's easy to tell when someone comes around knowing a little too much about you in a way that would have had to be around before to know. Yeah. Some people are interesting. That said though, I'm excited to play more Nikke. And you know, today has been a pretty good day so far. I think one thing that would help me would probably be to just like label things as, oh man, my game isn't here. I even put the source. Hold on. Let me do it again. It's, oh, you know what? Maybe, oh, it's because I put the launcher. That's why. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Anyways, I hope that anyone in similar situations or anyone who has experienced similar situations can, you know, make good choices and give yourself the respect you deserve. I, however, will not give you that respect. So, I won't give you the respect, but I give you permission to respect yourself. Okay, I'm doing pretty good. How about you? I can't wait for the new Anis's anniversary. Oh, I heard something about that zombies. I'm excited. I think I'll pull for her. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. I've been trying to like do my regular stuff. I don't know what this is actually. I say this every single time and I still don't know what it is. Maya, if you need a list of what events are important to main campaign of Nikke, I can make one of the chronological order and put it in Discord. That would be great, thank you. But just so as like an FYI, I don't need it anytime soon. Oh, what the heck, my desktop audio. Oh man, I didn't hear it. Welcome back, Jess. Thank you for the Twitch. About the movement of your mouse cursor is a fly on the screen. Sorry. It's my Kim Dokja cursor. Oh, can you... Hold on. Can you see my Kim Dokja cursor? Look at him. Look at him. He's so cute. So fucking cute. Finally have time to sit down after all the meet and greeting today. Are you back home now? Oh, I guess you're decently far though. Never mind. Or I guess like at your place where you're staying? Question mark? Question mark? The way you consume the story is better to be done in order of release. Oh, that's true. That is a good point too. When you go into the archive, let me check. Where it keeps adding things for me tonight. I just want to watch Amaya. Yeah, how dare they keep you from me? If you guys don't know, Aki is literally my property. She should rename herself in Discord Amaya's dog. Let's see. G-clocks, you know.
Is that money?
Not the same thing!
Shipping for that very insightful therapy session. Smiley face emoji. Now go send some waifus to war. The world-ending human-caused calamity isn't going to unwar itself. XD.
It'll be... Hold on, is this spoilers? I'm not looking, I'm not registering. Was that spoilers? I didn't look. Was it double audio? That's so strange. Hold on, let me try it again.
Is that money?
Occurs to I should ship in for that very insightful therapy session. Smiley face emoji. Now go send some waifus to war.
Still?
The world-ending human-caused calamity isn't going to unwar itself. XD.
But thank you, Licho. Well, let me see if this is the issue. I know why. Okay, let me test out this. I think it's because the offset for my desktop audio is because of karaoke. So it's okay, try now.
Is that money?
Occurs to I should ship in for that very insightful therapy session. Smiley face emoji. Now go send some waifus to war. The world-ending...
Bruh, I don't know why I have this issue now. Well, no, I mean, it was an issue before, but it was like kind of fixed. I don't know what the problem is now. I wonder if... Hold on. Are you hearing it through my headphones? Let me take my headphones away. But yeah, now I'm gonna traumatize other people.
Is that money?
Occurs to I should ship in for that very insightful therapy session. Smiley face emoji. Now go send some waifus to war.
Still?
The world-ending human-caused calamity isn't going to unwar itself. XD.
Okay, well, I don't know what the... It sounds so clear. The thing is, like, when I look in OBS, they're playing at the exact same time, so it shouldn't be doubled. It should be on top of one another, you know? Santos told me you laughed at him. I did. I said skill issue because he couldn't make it to mean green. Well, you know, I'll just mute it for now. The downside is I'll have to like read it every single time, so I won't be able to hear the alert. You guys will be able to hear the alert. Actually, will you? I don't know. Oh, you won't be able to hear it either, actually, if I mute it. Oh, actually, no. What I can do is this. Hold on. I'll just have to turn the monitor off, and then you guys can hear it, and I won't be able to hear it. I don't know, because it should be my desktop audio. And they both have the same delay now. But yeah. That's so strange. What the heck? What the heck? 215, 215, 215. Homo. Oh well. Nothing I can do. I tried getting voice meter to work. Guys, it broke all my shit. I really did try. But what can you do? Anyways, I'll just have it off on my end. And then... Well, you won't have it doubled this time. At least I don't think so. I'll test, but you shouldn't because I won't be able to hear it.
Is that money?
Like, it's not doubled, right?
For me?
Occurs to I should chip in for that very insightful therapy session, smiley face emoji. Now go send some waifus to war.
Like, I'm pretty sure that wasn't doubled. Yeah, that's because you were hearing it through
going to unwar itself.
Desktop audio because I was hearing it. Well, the thing is now I can't hear alerts. But it's okay. It's not like we're doing like a spooky stream or anything. I'll go over and I'll read it. Okay, let's see. Well, I guess we'll get started on the main story. We should be on chapter 8 now. I'll go over here. Boop, 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 boop. You guys let me know if there are any issues with the volume or anything. Okay. Get to work. Volume okay? Daijoubu? Should I make it louder? Maybe a little bit louder. I don't know. So the stream is recording your playback as stream input? Kinda, yeah. I guess so. So I would hear the alert. And then, because I hear the alert, it gets in my desktop audio and you guys hear my desktop audio. Which is like everything on my computer. So, yeah. It could be like that. Dude, voice meter is so hard to use. I'm on 11.
Shifty? 久しぶりですね。実は私、カウンターズの専属オペレーターに志願したんです。
Oh shit!
他に志願者がいなかったから、すぐに許可されました。じゃあ、これからもずっと私たちと一緒に動くの？はい。
Wow. Whenever anyone's like, hey, I applied to be like XYZ, right? And then they're like, oh yeah, there actually wasn't much competition. I'm like, that is crazy, dude. Sorry, I'm getting cookies. I think I'm craving sugar because I'm on my period. But I have a whole thing of... I actually don't eat that many sweets because I get sick, right? But I have brown sugar bubble tea flavored Oreos. They're actually quite good, but they're very sweet, so I can only have like a couple. To answer your early question about the Outpost, Nikke is an idle game. The Outpost is how you earn materials to upgrade your Nikkes. You earn materials at a set rate per hour. Okay, I figured it was something like that. Thank you, Cold. How did I get Oreos at Fancy? I don't know. I just saw them at the store. I very rarely, well, okay, it's not that I rarely have it. But like, for example... You know those Kit Kats I was talking about? I finally ate them. The Kit Kats were sitting on my desk for like 2 weeks. You know? Good night, Nuclear. Rest well. But yeah, what was I saying? I can only have sweets in small amounts. Because otherwise I get sick. I'm not a huge sugar person. I think it's also like a lot of things are too sweet, you know? I mean, you should still have some sugar, dogs. Like, you still need some sugar, right? If you don't have any sugar, you'll be miserable. They actually really do taste like brown sugar, which, I mean, it's not hard for them to taste like brown sugar. But they have, like, that kind of... I don't want to say necessarily say like cinnamony taste that it kind of has, but yeah, kind of like that.
おお、一つの軍隊にスパイが2人もいるなんて豪華すぎない？どうして2人なんですか？あなたとシフティ。あ、完全に忘れていました。そうです。私はイングリッド社長のスパイでした。
アニス、いくら冗談でもスパイと呼ぶのはちょっと。
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's not a
冗
joke.
談だと思う？当然冗談よ。なんでそんなにマジな反応するの？まるで本物のスパイみたいね。
そうですね。急に怖くなっちゃって。それで皆さんの目的地はどこですか？特殊別動隊になったので公な情報が入ってきてなくて、お手数ですが作戦のたびに聞くと思います。もちろん先に伝えてくださると助かりますけど。
What interesting timing. Very, very interesting timing indeed.
私たちはね、ちょっと気晴らしに来てるの。1ヶ月も地上へ来れなかったから体がうずいちゃって。
なるほど、そうですか。
そろそろ帰るところ。空気が美味しい。やっぱり地下より地上よね。特殊別動隊っていいわね。許可がなくても地上に来れるもの。
そうですね。じゃあ私は先に帰ってもいいですか？実は今日アークレンジャー特別編が放送されるのでリアルタイムで見たいんです。
あ、そう？悪いけど録画頼める？私も好きなんだ。女神戦隊アークレンジャー。
はい、もちろんです。じゃあ失礼します。次に出かけられる時にまた連絡しますね。
またね。
I assume it's for Anderson, maybe? Maybe someone else? Anna raises her finger and puts it to her lips. With her other hand, she points off towards the distance. She seems to be saying it'd be best to move without making any sound. Yeah, it smells like an apocalypse. It looks like an apocalypse, dude. I'm a huge fan of lemon heads. I don't think I've had lemon heads. Fancy Oreos are a recession indicator? Yo, me getting them would not be a recession indicator. Actually, I was looking at the gacha, like, you know the gacha revenue, right? And apparently, I think Love and Deep Space was #1 at, like, I think 40 million. But the crazy thing about that is, like, I didn't even think that there were many... I think it was only just one banner and then reruns. It was just Caleb's myth. Oh my god, yes! This is the best myth so far, actually. I will say this. For those of you that don't play Love and Deep Space, you won't get this, but... the myth was fucking nuts. Actually nuts. We win! Guys! I have to say, as someone, you know, as someone who appreciates the incest trope, this was peak content. I kind of want lemon head now. Well, I mean, you can see, like, I guess, like, when different things happen, right? You can be like, oh, yeah, this was because of this banner, blah, 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 blah.
通信遮断物質で作られた壁よ。軍需品の製造工場が近くにあってよかった。
And people are like, you can tell there's a global recession because Love and Deep Space is making under 60 million. You know, I did see something like that, right? But here's the thing. People are saving because there's gonna be a new 5-man banner soon. I heard that the new 5-man banner is gonna be really, like... Well, I mean, there's always gonna be a 5-man banner every few months. It's just, like, assumed with scheduling because we can predict patterns now because the game's, like, 2 years old at this point. Was a 5-man banner? Because there are 5 love interests in Love and Deep Space, there are 5 cards per banner. Should I show you guys? Yeah, it's fucking brutal. I say this as someone who has almost every single card in the game. It's devastating. I am missing, I think, 3 Xavier cards, 1 Silas card, 2 Zane cards. And then I have every single Caleb card, every single Raphael card. Because those are my mains. But I like all love interests. But yeah. People are saving up because they know there's going to be a big banner soon. And who knows, maybe 6th love interest. People are like, oh, there's not going to be a 6th love interest. Yeah, there will be. I know there will be. Just give it time. Because it's just set up narratively. Sounds like a lot of normies are about to get filtered out of Love and Deep's face. Please, God. Let me enjoy my incest in peace. You don't have to like it. They even, like... It's even localized slightly different in some spots for the Western fandom. But, like, they could not get away with it in this one. Dude, there's literally... Okay. There's literally a line in the myth, because, like, your siblings, right? There's literally a line in the myth where he's like... Let me find the line. No, this is important. This is important. We're taking a scheduled interruption from our regular broadcast for me to spread my incest agenda. Okay, I will say, okay. It's a lot more than that. It's not just... Okay, it's not just incest, guys. It's really well written. Of course, like, there are things that could be improved, as in anything, right? But it's not just that. It's about, okay, you have cosmic siblings. You're from the same source. It's not just that. You guys, no one would understand. Why can't anyone understand my plight? They can't appreciate the incest the way I do. I didn't know it had that. It only has it... Well, actually... They have it for Caleb. Because in main story... Okay, main timeline. Because this has alternate timelines, past lives, blah, blah, blah. Other world AUs, right? They're all technically canon in some respect, basically, right? But whether or not it's canon to this main timeline is different, right? But only Caleb has this. So Caleb in main story is your adoptive brother. That got censored to childhood friend for EN. But in the myth, you are actually... The recent myth, spoilers by the way, if you have not done this. You are actually human, normal siblings that turn into, like, immortal beings, kind of. Like, nether... Like, gods. Because, like, Love and Deep Space is Chinese, there's a lot... Tons and tons of cultural references and, like, mythological, like, historical references and stuff like that. And even just, like, in general, Caleb and MC have, like, a... What do you call it? Adam and Eve type thing, too. Which, hold on. What is the line from Caleb? I may or may not have saved this voice line. Let me just... It's a fucking crazy line, okay? I love this line, because they did not give a fuck. Oh, my God. Sorry, I thought it was missing a card for a second. What is the line? Oh, hold on. In this world, you're the best, and you taste incredible. They say this in front of, like, other people, and they're like... This was changed, so in English, they're like, oh my God, how could they, like, do this stuff in public? Whereas in other languages, it's like, have they no shame? They're siblings. And I was like, yeah, that's the best part. They're siblings. Anyways, that's my agenda. You know, we are all free to like what we like and dislike what we don't. But we should never hate on other people for their preferences. Within reason. There are some opinions. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, I live by the policy of live and let live. You know? You do what you want. It's fiction. Like, fuck, you're not going out and doing stuff, right? You do whatever you want in fiction. As a non-Love and Deep Space player, my knowledge has improved. Okay, Love and Deep Space actually has a lot of lore, okay? There's reincarnations, what do you call it? A lot of them, there's time travel, there's time... I don't know if there's time loops, actually, now that I think about it. There's a lot of prophetic stuff, too. And there's a lot of callbacks to stuff from like a year ago or like 2 years ago. When are we going to start seeing the Amaya Chin genetic trait come into being? What do you mean by this? What does this mean? Disagree there. I'm a professional hater. You know what? Me too. Sometimes I love hating on things. I try to be a better person though. Unsuccessfully. Yeah. What was I saying? I forgot. Hold on. Also, I might step away in stream for a little bit because my mom isn't feeling well right now, so I might just make her some food. Oh, is my sister home? Might be home. Every community should try to be like Blue Archive community. Tourists are not allowed. I think what. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, this I'm gonna briefly touch on this, and I'm not gonna go too much into it. But realistically, with COVID, a lot of spaces that were not normally spaces that were pervaded by normies were opened up, right? And more normies got involved with them, and they didn't necessarily have the understanding of fandom etiquette and culture of live and let live. And I'm not saying that everyone has been like this, right? But like just in general, I've noticed that there has been a lack of media literacy is dying, critical thinking and comprehension is dying. There's this distinct inability to let people do what they want to do that is completely not bothering you, right? You know? But yeah, this is just your daily reminder. Let people do what they want to do if it's not hurting anybody. Someone enjoying their fictional incest or dark content or whatever has nothing to do with you, right? Different strokes for different folks. I say this as someone who very much enjoys dark content. But yeah. There you go. That's my preach of the day. Hopefully people get filtered, you know. That's, I think, okay. Okay, one more thing. In regards to Caleb, for example, I think it's also really disrespectful to the writers and like the culture, because this is actually like a huge, like pseudo incest is like a huge trope in Asia, right? And there are actually like, they're based off of like actual mythology, you know. There's like actual lore basis for this, you know. I guess it would be like the equivalent of like Chinese mythology. I think mythology, but there is like historical context for this, you know, whether it be in like folklore, legends, whatever. There's a lot pulled out of it, you know. And I think it's just like, it's really disrespectful to just like ignore it, but then like and like shit on it, you know, because you don't like it. Like, it's just intrinsically a part of it, and it's woven really well into the writing, and it's sad to see so many people like dismiss it or be so hateful because of it. But yeah, just live and let live, people. Anyways, all right, let's go. Bam.
こんなものがあったんですね。ところで、なんでこんなところに？話し合いをするにはちょうどいいからよ。なんでわざわざここまで来て話し合いをするんですか？シフティが私たちを監視してるから。指揮官様、私たちが地上へ来ることはエクシアしか知らないよね。
No. I wonder if it's someone else that pressured Shifty. I mean, my first thought was Anderson, but Anderson feels too obvious? I don't know.
それなのに絶妙なタイミングで私たちに着いた。シフティはどうして私たちを監視してるのでしょう？アニス。何？疑心暗鬼になってませんか？
No, I think that's a very valid opinion. Sorry, I'm grabbing my wrist brace. I get it, I earn my respect. I also don't go into places and complain about the space I'm in. Exactly, you get it, Hazel. I think it's also like a thing with minors too. I actually feel bad for a lot of minors because a lot of minors have lost the spaces that were accessible to them, that they could kind of have those awkward stages in. Like there's like whole studies on this, but there's a lack of spaces that are safe for like preteens, for example, so they end up going into adult spaces and adults don't like it, and it's not good for the kids either. And then like people get entitled and they want adult spaces to cater to children when they shouldn't be there in the first place.
単に私たちに興味があるだけかもしれないですよね。
Hell no!
そうかもしれないし、そうじゃないかもしれない。 私たちは今アークで注目されてるのよ。アークはどういうところか知ってる？あらゆる中傷と謀略が横行する飛ぶネズミの巣窟のようなところよ。誰も信じられないわ。私もですか？
Girl. Yeah, yeah, you too.
まあ、私はスパイですから。
Girl. Hello. What does she sound like again? Hold on a second. Oh, I forgot we spoke to this person. Let's see. Sorry, I'm adjusting my mic arm. Dude, the tension is so weird. Yeah, she was the gamer one or whatever, right? I don't know if there's a couple gamer ones actually. Alright, let's see. Tuning. You'll need to lighten up. Axia? How are we getting a signal? Every wall can be breached. For someone as skilled as me, it wasn't too difficult. One little push and the dominoes came toppling down. Have you been watching us? Hardly. I much prefer the term monitoring. What's the difference? I think you can trust Shifty. And why is that? She's at the max level in Final Quest. What does a video game have to do with whether she can be trusted? Nobody who plays Final Quest can be all that bad. This is the truth. If you disagree, then you don't know anything about games. We'll decide for ourselves if we can trust her or not. Don't drag us into this. You're the paranoid one. I'm not good at voicing Neon.
それってどういうことですか?
Damn it, it fell again. Shifty, man. Could it be possible that Shifty was Shifty? And that's true. Malls are not the same as they once were. When I was 13, the internet was for 30-year-olds. Now that I'm 30, people are telling me the internet is for 13-year-olds. True, Alcatraz! You know what? I think something too is, younger people back then, they knew to either, like... I'm not saying you should do this, right? But, like, I know when I was younger and I was on the internet, I hid my age. I did not expect people to accommodate me in spaces where I wasn't supposed to be in. Well, it's not broken or anything. I think I'm just fucking with it, you know? So... Loki Shifty's becoming my favorite girl in Nikke. Really? Why is that? Stop squabbling. Proceed north. Eventually you'll encounter a damaged plane. Make your way there now. I think Alec is the one I saw in the masked maid cafe event. Or whatever. Masked cafe event. That I briefly did. Am I mistaken? I think that's right, budget. XC is fantastic. Do you see her a lot later on? Or no? Partially because of how cute she is, but also the event has endeared her to me. That's fair. I liked how shameless Shifty was in the event. It was nice seeing her in a different light, even though I didn't finish it. Let me put this on. I wonder if this will work, actually. Dun 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 dun. I don't think you're supposed to put this on your boobs, but whatever. Additional lore, there are two very popular games played in Arc, Final Quest and Dragon Fantasy. Is it supposed to be Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest? I saw like video essays on Dragon Quest. I see as a hardcore gamer, so good is at what they do. They run an Arc security as a side gig. Wow, just built different. Alright, onward we go. 8-9? I thought you were just on E1. What am I putting? Oh, my boob hurts, so I was putting A535 on it.
特に何もなさそうです。連絡が来るんじゃないかしら。念のため警戒しておきましょう。オーケー。私は東を警戒するから、ネオンは西をお願いね。私が？どうしてですか？ん？西を警戒するふりをして、東を撃ってしまうかもしれませんよ。スパイなんですから。
Oh, someone's pouting.
信じられない。スパイに警戒を任せるなんて 危機意識がなさすぎませんか？ねえ、喧嘩売ってるの？ええ、そうですけど。ちょっとこっち来なさいよ。嫌です。アニスが来ればいいじゃないですか。あなたね。
Yeah, bet. Noob. Do you think we should break this up? Let's watch and see what happens. Fuck it, we ball. Interesting choice. Well done, settle this amongst themselves. Rappy, open that box you see over there. A box? Yes, the one in front of the cockpit. Got it.
なんでこれを開けるの？
理由があるからでしょ。
Rappy approaches the box in front of the cockpit.
この箱は
Rappy feels the box for a moment. I've opened it. What's inside? Nothing. Okay, understood. Proceed north.
なんなの？
That feels low-key ominous. I like EH in your old team. Or in your team. I like her design a lot. She seems... I did some of her like advice stuff, and I try not to do it too much because it seems like I'm getting into spoiler territory. But I got the inkling that she may have been somewhat antagonistic before, or done things that she was not proud of. What's in the box? A cap! Dragon Quest games are chill old JRPGs. Most of the newer 3D games are really popular. Oh, those ones! I was thinking of a different Dragon Quest. Advice sessions for older characters are generally safe. Is EH older? I thought that EH was new. Is that wrong? 8535? It's like cream that you put on. Bruh. I'm clicking over here. Oh, I'm stupid. Hee. Oh, can I just go through this? Oh no, I can't. Maybe I'm missing something here. Did I not stand on this? I guess not! He just knew, so I was multitasking. No worries. She was an NPC for a while. Oh, so she wasn't like entirely unknown. What's up, Squadgels?
一体何のつもり？メッセージでやるならメッセージ、ビデオ通話でやるならビデオ通話、どっちかにしてくれる？
はあ、勝手に仲間を疑って溜めたストレスなのに、八つ当たり反対。
そうです、そうです。
たんまりですか。つぼしですか。
なんのよ。
ラピ。記憶消去されていないラ。
Oh shit.
ああ、皆さん、嘘はやめた方がいいですね。バレバレです。ラプチャーでもわかります。
That's true. They have not done a good job of hiding it. I feel like Rappy stays silent so much that it actually makes her look more suspicious, you know? Why are you saying this to us now of all times?
正確には記憶消去が効かなかった。はい。記憶消去を行った記録はありますから。さっきの箱、普通に開けると爆発する箱です。仕組み上、欠陥があるせいですが、大規模なロビー活動で欠陥を隠して発売しました。はい。だからどのデータベースにも爆発に関する情報はありません。左に20度傾けて開けると爆発しません。ラピは 3年前にその箱を開けて爆発事故に遭いました。それを記憶して爆発させずに箱を開けたから記憶が残っているってこと。
それは記憶消去の後にその情報が入力されたのよ。
ブブー、言いましたよね。どのデータベースにも爆発に関する情報はないと。いわば民間療法。口伝えの秘宝、そんなものですから。
何が目的なの？
おう、
They really are easy to read.
気になったので。
はあ？
データセンターに初めて来るとキョロキョロ見回すから、普通は。ラピは違ったから、もしかしたらと思って予想通りでしたが。
ただ気になって？そんなの信じると思う？
このビデオ通話は記録が残りません。
Her face?
わざとめんどくさいビデオ通話を選んだ理由を仲間を疑った推理力でよーく考えてみてください。それとも疑うのは仲間だけですか？そうなんですか。こんな言葉は窮屈で惨めで嫌ですけど、信じてください。何かするつもりなら中央政府に言いつけた方が早いですから。
This is a very liberal translation here. But that's but I actually kind of like this. It makes her more charming. What's up, Doodler? How are you? I mean, I can't blame Anis for being hesitant or like suspicious of people. But I do think that Exia also has a point. I would say that Neon is like pretty trustworthy, but I mean, obviously, it could all be like some convoluted act, you know? Back then, when we grew up with the internet, we just need to stay anonymous about ourselves, and whatever we talked about or joined was what it was and wasn't really a problem. Now it's more of a problem because more people want to express themselves and put their own personal info out there. That's true. But I was not great about things when I was younger either. Well, in that respect anyways. The mere fact that Exia has transmitted this in open conversation already makes her untrustworthy in my opinion. I think... well, I assume that Exia is good enough to like cover her tracks, so I don't know. It can be a convoluted act. Just she is the best spy admiral. Yeah, exactly. Games ain't hidden, dude. I know how it feels. It's like, oh yeah, I should open this. Plays game for 2 minutes. Oh, I don't want to play this anymore.
さあ、次のポイントをマーキングします。
Any security professional will tell you that the moment information exists, it's not secure anymore. I mean, I don't disagree, but we operate under the Nikke logic. At least I think so. Bar, quickly. Oh shit, everybody say thank you, Past Amaya. Past Amaya brought up Jello for me. Pineapple Jello. I mean, to be fair, we're kind of bumbling around nowhere, you know? Dude, it's so hard to open, what the heck? Maya, did Hio recommend Nikke to you? I don't really think so. She did say the story was good, but I mean, I've heard that like a million times. It's more kind of just like, I was like, oh, okay, fine, I'll check it out eventually. I can't open the pineapple jello though, dang it. pulled off the plastic. Okay, well, I'll just have to cut it open. It's like one of those... What do you call it? No. It's one of those cup jello thingies. It's tiny. It's like... I don't know. It's like a rectangle. Rectangular shape. Cut. I don't think these scissors are clean. That's okay though. My immune system will thank me later. When it fights off something, I don't know, actually important. This is the training arc. Yeah, everyone is so quiet, dude.
だってアニスが名探偵みたいに誰彼構わず疑っているから怖くて何も喋れませんよ。
Well.
じゃあ黙ってたら
Well
私の
times
口です
two.
けど喋るのは私の勝手ですよ。もういい加減にしてよ。私と仲良くなりたいんですか？どうしてそんなに話しかける
I
んです
know,
か？
the self-admitted spy complaining.
話が通じないわね。私に黙れと言っておいて自分が黙るんですか？独り言の練習か何かですか？
Stop. Meanwhile, Rappy's just there. I don't want the team falling apart. Who's your favorite character so far? In terms of my, like, the main cast, or just like anyone I've encountered? I like... probably like Anis. Aside from Anis... Shiki-kan, actually. I really like Shiki-kan. And then Shuen. That's Rappy's defining character trait. She's there. But she's a piece of the game.
すでに崩れているようですが、誰かさんのおかげで。
ネオ。
絶対に謝りません。私は悪くないですから。
Shuen, I'm leaving. Sucks to be you. Not many people say commander this early. That's new. I like that he has a backbone. Because a lot of gacha protagonists don't. Whereas it feels like he actually has some sort of impact on the story that he's, like, kind of living in, you know? But, like, in a lot of other gacha games, like CZN, for example, it feels like he's just there. John Nightmare Cador, exactly! Like, it feels like he's just there. Shiki-kan actually feels like he does things. He has his own thoughts and feelings. And even in the event, too, I like that he had his own desires. And he had his own thoughts relevant to other people that weren't just like, I should go see this person. I should go do blah. You know? It was actually like... For example, with Privity in the event, he was like, I want to take things to the next level. Like, he has his own ambitions and goes about things his own way. I heavily complained in the forums about how the captain is useless in Zion. What captain? What captain? Like, I don't mind having, like, a harem as long as the character actually has personality, you know? But also, how does, how do I put this? I say this all the time, but CZN was not marketed as like a more sexualized game. It was very disillusioning. My issue, I guess, like, one thing that frustrates me a little is I enjoy CZN, right? But it was not marketed as like super gooner, but I feel like that's the direction it went. And like seeing, I don't know, I'm not gonna get too much into it, but basically I would have preferred like a darker storyline. And to be fair, in their defense, the devs are working on it, right? It's something that will take time, especially since I think the story might be retconned for main story, because I read the main story for CZN. My favorite character in the main story was Judas. Judas was the most interesting character in the main story and just in general by far. So, I mean, when the antagonist is the most interesting character. I don't know what to say. Is it similar to Girls Frontline? I've never played Girls Frontline. I don't think it's been retconned yet, Rapid. That and Lewis. Yeah, Lewis was interesting too. Rip Lewis. It's a shame because Lewis is fine as fuck. I love manipulative, foxy, black-bellied characters. Cass. Judas! I miss Vine. I miss Vine so much. Bring back Vine. Actually, wait. They were trying to bring back Vine, yeah? Wait, so is Girl Frontline 2 an actual sequel? I didn't even know there was a second one. Hey, you get me, Jazz. You didn't see it, but I pointed at my screen. Yay! Drive safe, Aki. Well, okay. To explain, sorry, I'm gonna go on another tangent here real quick, but in CZN, Judas is kind of like a misguided war hero. I personally, hot take, I don't think Judas was that wrong. Right? Maybe he shouldn't have been sacrificing people, right? But who are we to determine what someone's life purpose is? Basically, for context, so in CZN, there's the chaos, right? And to fight the chaos, Judas established like some sort of like cult, right? And he had a lot of pull because he was a very famous war hero, right? And he found out that through sacrificing people to chaos, it would push back the chaos. Which, this is like a whole like eldritch horror. It isn't exactly clear what the chaos is. There are a lot of inconsistencies and plot holes regarding the chaos, right? At least from what I understood. There isn't even a glossary in CZN, which is devastating, right? Anyways, there's a scene where Judas is in the confessionary and he's speaking to someone who is terminally ill, right? This person is like, I don't have anything left. I feel like I'm a burden on my family. I just want to disappear. And he's like, if you would, like, if you want, I can give you a purpose. He gave her a choice, right? Basically, he was like, you can have a choice to sacrifice yourself. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But if you want to end your life with purpose, you can do that. And he gave her the option, and so she chose to sacrifice herself. Which, it's more complicated than that, but I actually like Judas. It ended up, like, obviously the chaos wasn't good, necessarily, right? But, like, in terms of the actual... what do you call it? In terms of the actual mentality, I can understand his mentality, and I can accept it to an extent. It did not necessarily function as it was intended, right? But even so, like, I like the motivations behind it. Hi, Coyote. I'm doing okay. I would confess about how my parent named me Judas of all names. Were you planned? Judas can never be right because Judas was stuck in mind break mode. He got his his link broken. That was the whole plot point. He never recovered out of mind break and went apeshit and murdering people. I don't think... Okay, well, I don't know how indiscriminate it was, but like... I'm saying that, like, if it was actually something that was pushing away chaos, like, very genuinely, would he be that wrong? If it was people that were willing and knew what they were getting into? Like that instance? That's what I'm saying. Anyways, I like Judas. Everyone else kind of boring. At least for me personally. But, like, I think morality is flexible and it's something that evolves with time and society. And it's not... The same morality in one country is not necessarily entirely applicable to another. That's like cultural differences, you know? It's just in, like, more subtle ways. But, like, you can see how things have, like, shifted over, like, the centuries, you know, of humanity. Oh, you were saying if you were... you would be mad if you were named Judas. You know, fair enough. Alright, let's continue. Neon trudges forward.
私だって謝らないわよ。気をつけようっていう話だったのに、なんであんなに。もう知らない。
Annis trudges forward.
指揮官、フォーメーションが。
Leave it for now.
ラジャー。
Bam. Nah, he's wrong. He made a cult and convinced people to sacrifice themselves for the better good. People at the lowest point of their life, aka, mind you, aka cripples. I think it depends. I think that in some capacity, he was taking advantage of people, but I think that it's also infantilizing to say that every single person at like the end of their life or in like a point like that cannot make their own choices. You know? I think that it's not fair for us to just decide everything. It depends on each person, and I would say that there's a level of nuance. He didn't force them, as far as I know. At least in the instance I read, in like the last chapter, he did not. I don't know, but she was cooked. They were in chaos anyways. I think it was she was afraid. Yeah, I'm very much it's someone's life. They can choose how they live it, even if it's not like a choice I would make. Yeah, he was genuinely misguided, and he was genuinely he thought he was doing a good thing. He didn't have any malicious intentions, you know? I will say he did not force anyone to put themselves in that position necessarily, you know? He was like, you come back here tomorrow if you want to do it. We're talking about Judas from CZN. Are you sure hands-off policy is the best approach? They have to figure this out on their own. I don't think he had malicious intent. What do you define as malicious? Also, if I'm going on tangents too much, let me know. Agreed. What if something goes wrong? They could die. That's how things are on the surface. I know. Okay. Yo, I feel that, Axia. He was deliberately pushing people to join him so he could get what he wanted for them. There was an element of coercion, yes. There was like some element of coercion, but at the same time, it's like how much of this is someone's choice versus, you know, other things, right? Reward the hell is paid with good intentions. I would say that this is like akin to that. But the point was he wasn't doing it because he wanted like chaos to take over the world. It was the opposite. He's literally like a dude with PTSD that's mind broken, that wanted to create a world free of chaos at any cost. Which, to me, I don't see that as malicious. It's just not the path I would take or would want to take, you know? I don't want to have to take a path where I can't live with myself and the consequences afterwards. Oh, it's not cold enough. It's too cold in the room. I mean, he was transparent about it, like pretty transparent. He's like, yeah, you can die with purpose. That's straight up how he sold it. Like, if someone... Okay, if you ask someone for advice, right? And, if you ask someone for advice and they give you their thoughts, like, how much of it is coercion because you agree with it? There has to be an element of you that agrees on some level that will take that into, like, account, right? I'm not saying he was necessarily, like, right in what he did, but I can see a world where if that worked, I wouldn't entirely disagree with him, basically. Like, if it was very transparent and that's what people wanted to do. Because, I mean, there's, like, things like, if I was terminally ill, right? If I was terminally ill and I had no quality of life, I'd be like, okay, I would rather die with purpose. I think I would be like that. What's up, Daniel? Welcome in. I personally don't necessarily think he believed that much. At least he did not believe that more than he believed that it would work. At least for me. But that's like part of how I choose to interpret him. It's been a while since I read it. Maybe if I reread it, I would be more inclined to have that opinion much still. Which I'm not saying that you don't have valid points, you do, right? But this is just my perspective. Because I'm also a little biased because I like characters that are willing to do terrible things for good purposes. I think that one thing people don't really do is empathize with Judas, because he went through a lot. I'm not saying it makes it okay, right? But realistically, what happened with his previous Protoss was like it did mind break him, and he just kind of went on going through the motions. Dude literally went to war and got no therapy, you know? But I mean, that's like a desperate, like, misguided attempt, in my opinion.
地面がおかしいです。掘り返された跡があります。
待ち伏せ？
待ち伏せではないわ。それぞれの面積がそこまで広くないから。
It could be a humanoid one. Oh.
多数の跡。
Actually, now that I think about it, have we encountered any animals at all, or no? It's a minefield. Just a sec. Ugh, what a nuisance. Due to the high concentration of alpha particles, it's difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the mines. There's just too much interference. Can't we run a purification sequence? Only the Central Government Command and Intelligence Department can authorize that. I can hack their system, but it'll be risky. If you're caught, then it's game over. Then what do we do? No choice. I'll just have to proceed with caution and avoid the mines. Yep, cooked. No animals? Are they all dead? I'm curious if there's like an encyclopedia of animals from the surface. How long has it been since surface has been uninhabitable again? I don't remember. While I feel sad for him, I can't empathize with his road to evil. I can empathize with his loss when I was following actions, especially when he tried to blast our ship. You know, fair enough. That's totally fair. Nah, but there's not a lot left. Oh, 120 to 150 years. Oh, so a fair amount. There aren't any detours available. What in the hell kind of mission is this? I'm sorry. We don't have a choice.
指揮官、バックアップなしでこの地雷原を通るのは危険すぎます。もちろん命令なら従いますが。
ちょっと失礼しますね。
Yo!
エブラ粒子の浄化シーケンスを稼働。浄化中。濃度 64.57%。31.51%。エブラ粒子の濃度 2.83%。
I wonder if it is Anderson, or if Shifty's just on her own.
地雷スキャン開始。スキャン完了。マーキングします。うまく避けて進んでください。
すごく早いですね。やっぱりプロトコール。そんなことより、あなたいつからいたの？すみません。やっぱり気になったので戻ってきました。私、疑われても仕方ないとは思いますけど、私は皆さんが好きです。みんな知ってるでしょ？親しくなったと思ったら、ニケたちは消えてしまう。オペレーターの行動指針に、ニケに心を許すな、があるほどなんです。
Yo, question. For operators, it's not the same as commanders, obviously, right? Where they have one squad, and then they're like done. Welcome, Hazel. I hope you enjoy being a poison taster. A legal poison taster. What was I saying? I forgot. But like, shit. Oh, right, because commanders don't get put with the same Nikke squad like more than twice in a row typically, right? Yeah, and most operators are human, so how likely is it for an operator to consistently work with the same, I guess, like, Nikke? Operators work with whomever has missions to the surface. So it's kind of just like a whoever is, like, doing work at the time. I don't think they ever specify for operators, but I imagine they work with a lot of squads the same way. Okay, so it's kind of just like if you're phoning in for tech support and you need tech support and you just get assigned whomever is available. You know? Honestly, that's never been explored. We only know Shifty for now, and there's been a few more, but I only know Shifty. Do we ever have another operator? I assume no. I'm surprised it isn't, I think this is the one thing that you guys have said actually hasn't been explored out of all the questions I've asked. Nope, just shifty. Oh, okay. That's surprising. I thought there'd be like another interim. Well, I don't know if Exia is necessarily an operator or if she works in another department and she's just like coming in with comms. I thought that she worked in like a different department. You know? Exia's and Nikke? Well, I mean, one of you guys is wrong. I think there are more operators, but only Shifty is assigned to us. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, but not in official capacity. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, I mean, like, proper, like, official, like, operator. Dude, my arm is so itchy, but I can't really scratch it because my nails are dull. Damn it. Oh. Hi, Mint! How are you? There's so many things that haven't been explored because SU would rather do bunny girl and dating events instead, not complaining, though. You know, at least they're decently written. So.
でも、それができないんです。私は皆さんに長く生きてほしい。そうできるようにお手伝いしたいんです。もう別れは嫌です。仲間なんですから。
Hi, Minnow.
信じてもらえませんか？ごめん。完全に信じるってのは私には無理かな。でも頑張ってみるよ。はい、わかりました。
I will say, okay, one thing that frustrates me a little bit about this is that I think Anis is reasonable for being, like, suspicious. I will say, in all fairness, it seems like Shifty works under Anderson and typically takes orders from him, and we know Anderson is good, or at least we think Anderson's good, right? We haven't really seen anything that implies otherwise, right? But, like, Anis doesn't really have necessarily... She doesn't have the same perspective of Anderson that we do. You know? Because she hasn't had those direct interactions where we can see, like, he's taking our side. Like, she probably knows vaguely he's pulling some strings. To, I guess, to help. But, yeah. Anis is too over-suspicious in the early game. I personally disagree. I think that, contextually, too, it makes sense because Anis... Okay, I did a little bit of Anis's, like, advice and bond story, and she seems to really, really like Rappy. And Rappy is in an extremely precarious position right now, where, if she's found out, like she was here, right? It could be very, very dangerous, you know? Like, Rappy could just be scrapped, right? I do think that she should be more subtle about it, for sure, right? But I don't think that her being suspicious is not justified. She has a lot of issues, trust issues. Yo! Oh my god, me too! Maybe that's why I like Anis. I think it's understandable, personally. I feel like Anis has always consistently, for the most part, been very logical and reasonable in her assumptions and thoughts. People asking her to just, like, immediately trust others is kind of... I don't know. I feel like that's being unreasonable. I did say she's just like me. I did. It's been a long time since I've seen the earlier chapters of Nikke. Don't expect me to make fast progress. I don't know. I feel like for the most part, Anis is pretty realistically written.
これが青春。ごめんなさ
い。アークレンジャーの録画忘れてしまいました。それは残念。
レッドレンジャーが博士の実の息子だったという内容だけでしたね。大した内容じゃなかったですよ。
Hi DK! Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? And welcome, hi, I'm Amaya Whisper, your snarky go leader here to bully you, and a member of glitchstars 4th generation Aerunia. I hope that you guys had a great time with DK. We're just going through chapter 8 of Nikke right now, so if you're not familiar with chapter 8, I don't want you guys spoiled. Kihi. So yeah. Cool, you're playing Nikke. Love seeing your 40k content. Hey, welcome in, Addiction Gaming. Nice to see you again. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Anis is much more logical than military-focused Rappy. I feel like Rappy lets... she can be a good mediator sometimes. But there's like a weird hesitation that Rappy has sometimes that can be detrimental. Occasionally. You know, when your name is that close to anus, it's gotta be hard to open up to people. Stop. 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 Her reason is very valid. I would say the open hostility with distrust while an active mission is tab wild. I will agree with that, yeah. I think she's justified in being suspicious, but I do think that if you're gonna be suspicious of people, you shouldn't make it so obvious. You know? Like, I feel like you should trickle truth. If you guys know what trickle truthing is. Trickle truthing is basically you spread in little bits of truth with lies. So it's harder to like discern what is real and what isn't. You know? If you're working in an army, you shouldn't be sus if your teammates doesn't say and will get someone killed. I don't disagree. No! Oh my god. I can't believe she spoiled it. That's fucked up.
Neo.
Chat, you aren't like this. You don't spoil for me. You've been so good about spoilers. Good chat. Who's a good chat? You're a good chat. I used to play Little Nikke, but I may have skipped a lot of the story. What? Bruh. My favorite part of Nikke is the story. The main story. I enjoy the main story more than any of the other content, to be totally honest with you. We even tried to gaslight you. You guys did gaslight me! Remember the second I saw spoilers? The second I saw Maerunia, I was like, guys, doesn't she sound like Marion? And then you guys were like, no, she doesn't. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm crazy, but I swear she sounded like Marion. And then later on, we go into chapter 7, I was like, oh my god, I was right. I was right. Anis is both rightly distrustful and unnecessarily confrontational. That's her charm. I think she has just the right amount of, like, being a little... How does one say this? Impulsive in terms of, like, her emotions. But she had different names, so true. She had a different name. But I was like, yo, immediately, the second I heard her, I was like, yo, this sounds like Marion. And then wham bam, banana jam, it was. And Ian, her voice straight up doesn't sound like her. It's great. I don't trust people when they say that, but maybe it's just me. I'm pretty good about like recognizing people's voices and like seiyus a lot, so I think it's because like for me, voice is something that I pay attention to a lot more. I think that like I would probably figure it out, but even then, like, okay, even disregarding her sounding the same, visually she has a lot of the same motifs. Like she had like the same hair, dude. So Neon strides across the room. We're in a room? I thought we were outside. Oh. My favorite Anis is in the Korean dub, but all versions have their own charm. It's not dub if it's the original! But I do want to hear the Korean version of Anis. I feel like Anis keeps a tight inner circle, and this is the pain point before she lets them, lets people in, / lets people prove themselves. I can understand that. I know that she has specifically stated she spent a lot of time getting close to Rappy, in particular. And I think, okay, I will say, I don't think people have really said this that much, but I think that her being, like, very suspicious is something that is not just a self-defense mechanism. I smell food. It's not just a self-defense mechanism, but it's also her being very protective over Rappy, right? I think that she feels very protective over Rappy, and she is actually very anxious and scared for her. And this is kind of like how it's manifesting. I don't know if they put an exact timeline on her and Rappy. Have been on the same squad for a pretty long time. What? Did they have a third member at all, or no? When we met them, it was just the two, right? Nikke's are Nikke usually in squads of 3 or what? If only you knew me, I actually relate incredibly to Anis, but that is a talk for future Amaya to find out when you find out more. I actually have incredibly bad trust issues, if you could not tell. Like, devastatingly bad. I don't think they got a third member until Neon button in. Is that normal? Or no? Depends on the squad? Oh. Because like, it seemed like I think like, was it the maid squad had 4 people? Maybe there's another one. Dude, why does my boot keep hurting? What's wrong with my body? There's a reason why Nikke squad consists of 3 or less Nikke, but that's a spoiler. If I had to guess why squads are kept small, I'd assume it's for a couple of reasons. At least like in terms of practicality, right? First, because you're on the surface and raptors are massive, you want to deal with small squads. Even though they aren't very good at stealth, as evidenced in the farting mission, right? But aside from that, you want to keep things small because of infiltration purposes, whatever. But also because... fuck, what was I gonna say? I wonder if there's like a technological element to it. Like, I don't remember exactly a lot about the Alpha protocols, but maybe it's something to do with that too. Aside from that, there was another reason I was thinking of. I think it's also an element of control out of fear for Nikke. That's off the top of my head. I had one other thing, but I forgot. Where am I? Doko. Doko. Yo! Oh, here. It's right here. Is that for EX? Carrying ammo and stuff? Didn't I say something that they can make ammo when out and about? Or no?
前方に巨大粒子砲を発見。モデルは
MSIC-007 ミシリスで開発した高密度の粒子砲モデルです。直線でバキューンで撃ちます。あのコロンザみたいなものです。射程距離は2000。車線上の遮蔽物や障害物を計算。当たったら完全燃焼。骨も残りません。
Guys, I know I said I took advanced placement math, but I forgot oblique. I'm trying to visualize this. I mean, she said straight, so... The ideal number for people for effective co-coordination communication is about top 5 tops, 6, 4 plus the commander is pushing the upper limit. I agree with that too. It's why whenever you watch pro players in League, they're like, clear comms, clear comms. As a reminder, stealth isn't a common strategy for new commanders. That's why they were so surprised when the commander, he recommended them to sneak in before. Yeah, I remember that when they were going through the tunnel. But I think rather than like explicitly stealth, it's more like it's easier to avoid direct confrontations. That's a better way of what I was trying to say. On the surface where unnecessary, because they have to do a lot of exploration and scouting, right?
内部にエネルギー反応あり。でも今すぐ発射される気配はなし。何がトリガーかは不明。
That's foreshadowing. Yikers!
発射されてからでは遅いですから。
ラプチャーは
ロード級がいます。撃破すると軍需品の製造工場へ侵入できます。
ラジャー。
Why are we looking to enter? Oh, right. We were looking to enter the munitions factory so we can get data on the bullet that we got from Snow White, right? I think. Draw strength builds, no finesse. That's why we do dex in this household. Okay, real quick, I'm just gonna go check on my mom. Beer beat. I'm back. Oh dang, I missed a banger track.
状況終了。
オペレーターが2人もいるから楽
Thank
勝
you.
ね。
What? Wow. You're not helping, Anis. Kind of respect that level of pettiness.
粒子砲が稼働。エネルギーチャージ中。
お、なんてタイミング。ついてないですね。
アニス、ネオン、今車線上にいます。回避して。
Uh-oh.
よけて。あれ？
Girl. What are you even trying to dodge? Oh. Okay, I figured it was a particle gun. All of them dropped to the ground after the midair collision.
発射されます。え？うわー！
The particle gun emits an intense light. In an instant, the light dissipates.
古すぎ。発射する出力なかった。びっく
Aww.
りしましたが。
あいつ。何か言うことがあるならどうぞ。助けに来てくれてありがとうとか。あなた、怒ると思ったより性格悪いわよね。アニスも思ったより疑い深いみたいですね。
I have to say that, like, realistically, right? I would kind of be irritated at Neon too, because she literally is the one who proclaimed herself a spy. Which, in all fairness, like, Ingrid doesn't seem bad, right? But realistically, it's like, you said you were a spy, and then you want me to trust you, and you get upset when I don't. But I will say, Neon is not a character that you can take super seriously, you know? It's just like one of those things where you just have to let it go.
私、前に。もういいです。
Neon shakes off the dust, gets up, and reaches out a hand to Anis.
いつか話してくださいね。そう。
She looks like an entirely different person here. Holy moly. They both do. It's kind of trippy, actually. Anis grabs onto Neon's hand. As Anis brings herself up, Neon lets go of her hand. Anis stumbles and falls back down. Bitch!
考えてみたら本当にムカつきますよね。私のことが信じられない？皆さんと一緒にいて私が何回死にかけたと思っているんですか？私はスパイだから適当に報告だけしておけばいいのに、それでも一緒に命をかけて戦ったのに。
Girl.
ごめん。もう知りません。自分で起き上がってください。
Oh, Neon. Neon storms off.
もう怒ってないよね。
多分ね。
Dumbass. She's the best spy encounters, that's for sure. I feel like Neon actually could potentially be the best spy because she's so, like, open that you can't take her seriously, so you never know what isn't real. You know? Secret. I've got a secret, can keep it. Not a rocket in my pocket.
はいはい。かかってきなさい。
軍需品の製造工場入場。
思ったよりも広いですね。
ラプチャーと戦い始めてから火器がどんどん大きくなりました。一次進行末期まで稼働してた工場だから。
I mean, like, realistically, though, the people that you would suspect the least are the ones that are the most ridiculous. What's a good example of this in fiction? Gosh, I don't know. I thought this from when I first saw her, but I was like... You know when something seems so over the top? That you're like, huh. I don't think that there is necessarily... Well, I don't know, maybe there's something malicious. Who knows, right? Yeah. I don't know. What did we do in the last hour? I kind of got distracted a lot. I'm trying to think of a character where they betrayed people and it was not super obvious because they were always like friendly or they had like a huge secret. Let's see. Biggest traders. There's one character on the like off the top of my head, but like I can't name them. And I remember it showed like a flashback. There's one character in Bleach. I think Attack on Titan did a pretty good job of it, actually. Bravely Default, Irie? I haven't seen them. I didn't finish Attack on Titan, but from what I did watch of Attack on Titan, I feel like Attack on Titan was done pretty solid. There's like, fuck, I'm trying to remember. There's one character where like, when they flash back, you can see everything. And you're like, oh my god, that's why they were doing these innocuous things. You know what? Oh, I know how to describe it. Those characters where in key moments, they were gone, right? And you vaguely notice afterwards, but they give a reasonable explanation for why they were gone. And there is no... I like when the whatever media it's in, like whether it's like manga, anime, like novel or whatever, they don't draw huge attention to it because it doesn't, like, I feel like sometimes foreshadowing in anime is like way too heavy-handed. You know, they'll do like a close up to their face and they look suspicious and you're like, well, what the fuck do you want me to think from that? You know? I actually never finished Bleach. I just watched what was playing on like YTV. Yeah, I love when they show the flashbacks showing like every instance of when they were sus that you thought was innocuous. this, like, bonus points if they're part of the same, like, hierarchy. You know what I mean? Like, if they're in the same position. God, I'm trying to remember. Well... Oh, actually, there might be an instance in JoJo, too. Is there? Am I... Maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like there was an instance of this happening in JoJo. Ah, no, whatever.
一般常識ですけど、シフティは教育時間に眠ってたから頭が悪いのですね。
Let's see. Like this, for example, entering the munitions factory. It's larger than I expected. Once we started fighting the Raptures, our weapon system underwent an upgrade. This factory ran all the way until the end of the first invasion. This is common knowledge. Shifty was apparently either asleep during class or simply isn't up to the task mentally. This is an example of something that could just be glossed over, that in hindsight, you're like, you think about it a little more, and you're like, how did you not know this basic piece of information? You know what I mean? Yeah, I was thinking around part 4. I was like, I swear there's something that happened in part 4 like that. I didn't watch past Golden Wind.
すみません。
で、スキャン装置はどこ？シフティ、浄化シーケンス開始。
あ、はい。
終わったら高密度のところから確認して、中心部付近のチェックよろ。
はい。
その次は
厳しい教育を受けてますね。まあプロトコールはこの分野では強いものね。いくら中央政府の情報部でもちょっと劣るみたい。
でもめったにない機会よ。実戦で鍛えられたニケに教育を受けるのは悪くないと思うわ。
でもエクシアも優しいですね。手取り足取り教えてくれて。めんどくさいからやらせてるだけかな、多分。
まあ役に立つのは事実でしょうから。
ところでラピも大変ね。
少しね。言葉には気をつけてるつもりよ。北部ではあまり一緒にいなかったから大丈夫だったけど。
I mean, why does she say it's rough? Or tough for her? Assume there's something I'm missing contextually here.
今はまた状況が違うから気をつけないと。
知っている人もいれば知らない人もいる。もっとややこしくなったわね。シフティにも教えたらどうでしょう。それは危ないわ。シフティは中央政府と密接な関係にあるもの。やっぱりアニスは疑い深いですね。あなたね。スキャン装置の位置把握を完了。マップにマーキングします。思ったより早かったわね。
私なら100倍は早いですけど、高額のために見守りました。
もっと精進します。
See? Like, something about that feels like... I think there's also instances where a character pretends to be incompetent, right? And because they pretend to be incompetent or they have a reputation of being incompetent, they can get away with a lot of things that other people would not be able to get away with. Like, they could be like, oh, I didn't know that. Or, like, oh, I'm slow at this because I'm, like, bad at my job. Right? Whereas no one else would like get away with that excuse. But them, they built up this persona that's believable, you know? Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying before. I'm like, can't Shifty hear everything? You don't even need to tap in.
Is that money for me?
Tell me, have you heard
No,
the
I have
tragedy
not.
of Darth Jar Jar the Fool?
What is that, Derpy? And thank you. And welcome, Annis Enjoyer. I mean, it really is, like, effective. Let's see. I'm really trying to find examples, because there was like one time I was genuinely surprised at how two-faced a character was, but it doesn't happen often. Because usually they're so heavy, they're so heavy in the foreshadowing. Oh my god, I'm so invested now, guys. Let's see. Most two-faced anime characters. It's from some anime. I don't remember what it is. And I remember all the flashbacks. I was like, holy shit. Nope. 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 No, it's not. I don't think it's necessarily from like a big shonen. Character betrayals. If you name anything from Naruto, I will not know it. Damn it. No, not Berserk. Actually, you know what? I will say, I kind of felt this for Kiryu. I'm actually looking up top 10 anime betrayals. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Kiryu from Iruma-kun was actually a decent example. It's not like... I feel like his was like decently obvious. I personally wasn't really surprised by it, but... Let's see. Fullmetal Alchemist has some too. Oh, actually, wait! I think Fullmetal Alchemist... Yeah, I think Fullmetal Alchemist did a really good job of theirs, actually. I'm toxic, so actually, some people who have been here a while probably could have guessed this, but I actually really ship Kiryu and Iruma, and I ship Iruma and Alice, too. So... that does not surprise me. Brotherhood or OG? I think both. I mean, it's like canon event, no? I like that toxic pair, dude. I can't think of anything else. Maybe it'll come back to me one day, who knows? Said no one ever.
Is that money for me?
Another Iruma fan. Holy, why do you ship that? Almost didn't know.
You know, maybe I've been going about Googling this wrong. Least foreshadowed betrayals. No, all of these I saw coming. I saw these all coming! It was in character! I don't know, maybe I felt this way at some point in Chainsaw Man. I don't think so. They're just Makima in Chainsaw Man. Okay, stop. I need to stop Googling. Otherwise I'm gonna be here all day. Put the bullet on top of the scanning device. Boop. Connected. See, this feels off to me. I don't feel like Shifty feels this way because she is, like, feels incompetent or feels like she's bad at her job. I feel like she feels this way because she wanted to do this specifically. I feel like if Shifty did this, the data would have miraculously disappeared. I don't necessarily think she might be malicious, but I do think that Shifty is being shifty.
容赦ないわよね。
ちなみに完了するまで少し時間がかかります。
Cause like, if I just go based off of the character I've seen of Shifty so far, I don't think that she would seem... It doesn't sound, at least the way I perceive the sound is not like hurt that she isn't trusted to do the task, but disgruntled because she couldn't do the task and she had something she needed to do, and now she needs to find a new method.
ラプチャーが来ます。
だからそれまでスキャン装置を
I don't know, maybe I'm like overthinking it. Who knows? It's possible I'm overthinking
ラ
it.
プチャーを倒してください。
Why so distrustful, Mimi? The world has been very cruel to me, okay?
戦果を上げなくては。
If true, Shifty's name would fit right in pre-run.
もっと早くできるはずよ。リロード。フォロー
If
頼む
you
よ。
don't like you, I think also too, it depends. Depending on media, right? It heavily depends on the execution of it. You could have foreshadowing that's really, really good. Oh, Adachi's a good example. I love when a character betrays people and they're just conveniently not there at all the right times, or they're there just enough that you aren't suspicious of them. You know? I find that so fun. I really like the Adachi, actually. I do think that Persona can be a little bit heavy-handed sometimes, but Adachi was fairly decent. I think Adachi did betray people, but it wasn't in the way that you would think. I think Adachi betrayed people's expectations of him.
スキャンも終了。抗生物質が出ました。はい。ただの平凡なライフル用の弾丸です。
That don't seem right.
変なものが一つ混ざっています。アンチェインド。
アンチェインド？
何か知ってますか？
いいえ。
初めて聞きましたね。アンチェインド。
Who knows?
アーク内のデータベースを漁ってみます。
You never know, guys. This is one thing where I would be like, I would be like, yeah, how do I say this? Fuck. I forgot completely what I was gonna say. Damn it. Whatever, I forgot. Another Iruma fan. Holy, why do you ship that? All of a sudden. Thanks, Roshu. But I ship it because it's toxic. But I find later addiction. I find that dynamic to be very entertaining and interesting. And I'm heavily drawn to any character that's very, very unhinged and obsessive. I love obsessive characters. Adachi not doing what others imagine of him does not make not a traitor make. I think it's disingenuous to say that. I think that, like, it's not that simple, right? If people have expectations of you that you encourage and reinforce, it's not necessarily a malicious betrayal, but it is a betrayal of their trust in some capacity. You know? Some of it, of course, people project onto you. I'm not going to say that's not the case, right? But I think that the word... See, I think you're taking it too literally, though. Okay, here's an example of what I would, I guess, define. I think everybody uses everybody. Do I think that's malicious? No. I think every single person in this world uses other human beings. But that's just how relationships function, right? Whether or not you like it, you talking to a friend in some capacity is not using them. But in the context of labeling like someone a user, right? That would imply a somewhat of a parasitic relationship, right? It would imply that the weight is heavily on one side of the scale. There's a lack of equality in it that defines it as using. We say friendship, but like it's symbiotic. You know what I mean? And even that there lies by omission is like, yeah, every single relationship is transactional in some fashion. That doesn't necessarily make it bad. What we define as bad or good are like the nuances of it, right? But I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily not a betrayal. I don't think it's betrayal in the traditional sense, but I do think it is a betrayal in some capacity. That's called codependency? No. I mean, it depends, right? On how long you let that go. What constitutes as a betrayal is the breaking of an oath. I heavily disagree. I can understand why you feel that way, though, and I respect it. But I don't think betrayal is something that's so simple. I feel like... I used to very much be a person that... Oh, that's not the definition. I'm still like that to an extent, right? However, I think that if we put things in such, like, limited boxes, it inhibits our ability to empathize with others, among other things. Someone must commit to your cause in order to betray it. I don't necessarily like... I get what you're saying, but I don't think it's as simple as you're making it out to be. I feel like you're making it a very, very black and white thing, and I don't think it's something that is so black and white. But that's my opinion. Like, you're basically saying, like, as long as you didn't have a formal contract, anything you do, no matter how shitty, is not considered betrayal. Let's head back. But that's the thing, though. Whether or not it's considered a betrayal is from the perspective of the victim. Aw, man. Where do I go? Is this a reference to something, by the way? This right here? Let's go here. Boop. Bruh. Feels like betrayal to the victim, but if they never cared about you, they just manipulated you. But I mean, that's the thing, though. They weren't betraying you from their perspective, but you feel betrayed. If they manipulated you, that's a betrayal. Are we really gonna say that Adachi didn't purposely manipulate the way people thought about him by behaving a certain way? Like, really? I don't think that's true at all. There's no way that was not the case. Also, this being, if this really does mean freedom in Finnish, that's very apt. That's true. That's actually a very good point. That, like, from like a literal perspective, if he's a police officer and his position is to generally protect and serve the public, I mean, what he kind of did is not exactly that, you know? Your protagonists impose their expectations on Adachi? That's not entirely true. True to an extent, yes, but like, are we really gonna say that Adachi didn't act up and like play up his ditziness? Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy talk, dude.
私はそんな権限は持ってなくて。
中央政府のデータベースをハッキングします。
Okay, yeah, this is the last thing I'm gonna say on this. Not because I'm mad or anything. I'm not upset or mad, right? But otherwise I'm gonna talk forever. He was performing to use the protagonist as tools. How is that not manipulating and betraying someone? You're using them without their knowledge for your own gain or motives? Okay. This is just something that we will never agree on. That it's not this black and white. It will never be this black and white. Whether or not... Okay. I think this is a life lesson for people. If you... Okay, let's say we're going out to dinner, right? You guys are my friends and we're going out to dinner consistently, right? I say, I got it. I pay every single time. I pay every single time without me saying anything, right? Or without you saying anything. The first few times you ask, right? And then I'm like, no, I got it, you know? And this becomes our routine. There's been an expectation that has been established and set up, right? You should always be prepared to pay for your own on some level, but it wouldn't be your fault if you were taken aback one day because I didn't foot the bill. Because I set up that expectation. I reinforced an expectation you had of me that I knew existed. Even though, like, maybe I knew, like, the next time I wouldn't pay it, right? And I, like, say... like, next time I'm not gonna pay it, and I know that, and I don't say anything. I don't give a heads up. I'm not saying this is a betrayal, right? But my point is, this is how you set expectations up with people, and it's something that you need to keep in mind for your relationships of any sort. Platonic, romantic, whatever, right? How you behave sets up expectations. And I don't think people realize this necessarily. Like, if someone repeatedly disappoints you, do you not expect them to disappoint you the next time, and so you don't rely on them? There's a reason there's the expression, betray your expectations. You know? Whether it's positive or good. Like, maybe there will be an instance where someone who's usually fucking useless, right? Does something really good. That betrays your expectations. It's contrarian in nature.
はい？あなた正気なの？バレたらどうするの？
バレなければいいんです。
Yeah, fuck it, we ball. Don't overdo it.
私は気になる状態が世界で一番嫌いです。ハッキング開始。
本気ですか？
私はいつでも本気ですよ。集中したいからちょっとだけ静かに。
私はどうしましょう？そうね。
Exist.
知らないふりしてたら？私の職場がハッキングされていますけど。
Who knows?
戦闘シークエンス実施。
Yo, Axia doesn't give a fuck. I respect that. Do you talk while playing a fun butt jiggle game? Hey, fun butt jiggle game has content aside from butt jiggle. I'm still trying to think. What was my favorite betrayal? I love being absolutely flabbergasted by a reveal, but it doesn't really happen. Like, I was watching Sentenced to be a Hero recently, and I predicted pretty much everything. But it was still really fun. My sister and I were theory crafting the entire time we were watching it. Ishimaru Gin? Hey, is that Bleach again? She's like, I need to know any cause. I get it though. I'm a very curious person. I would want to know too. He's the white-haired, foxy-looking dude, right? You ever play Final Fantasy 14? It was me. No, I didn't! I wanted to play Final Fantasy 14, but people were mean to me and I couldn't get into it. Let me in. Let me in. Do we go here? Oh, dare. Yo! What the? I'm gonna go here. I had a massive crush on Hitsugaya. Oh, I wish I could see this full splash. Oh, you see neon here. Password. Are these Easter eggs? I always wonder whenever I see anything like this on background. Well, yeah, I wonder who caught you. You would have a crush on him? Really? Is that what you guys think of me? Actually, it does need a posture check. She's shrimping. Yeah, that was the ice guy. I had the biggest crush on him and Atherinzala. I've told this story before, but since there are a lot of new people, I'll say it. When I was a young youth, I used to watch a lot of Gundam Seed on YTV. And when I watched Gundam Seed, you know who I had a crush on? Atherinzala. I had a crush that was so bad on Atherinzala that I thought I would never get married. I thought this for like 2 to 3 years. I genuinely thought that I was cooked. Right? I was like, yeah, you know what? I'll watch him and Kigali and I'll live vicariously through them. That's also why I did not enjoy a lot of Destiny, because I felt so bad for Kigali the entire time. I felt so bad because she was just picking up the pieces, you know, after her dad died at Orb, and, you know, Shin was just bitching at her constantly. I felt so bad for Kigali the entire time. She did get done dirty, dude. Kigali deserved better. She really did deserve better. Did you catch the movie? Nothing wrong with an Atherin crush? No! Okay, but Decade was telling me for the longest time. He's like, hey, the movie, the Gundam Seed movie, the Gundam movie, you should watch a Gundam movie. And I heard, right? As like, yo, there's like Atherin and Kigali moments. And I was gonna watch it solely for that. Honestly, fuck it, maybe I'll watch it. People have been telling me to watch it for like 2 years. I don't know if I watch Freedom. You think you'll get married now? No. Everyone is trash. I hate people. I hate humanity more than I've ever hated humanity. So, I have a lot of trust issues, and like realistically for me, like if I were to seriously answer your question, right? I don't intend to get married unless I find someone worth marrying, and I don't leave my house. So how is that going to happen? Like, I refuse to settle for abusive, cheating assholes anymore. Hey, I finally grew standards. Like at 29. I'm sick of being cheated on, guys. It sucks. Being cheated on sucks. I'm so sorry for anyone who has also gotten cheated on. I feel called out for not going out. It's okay. You and 90% of the chat. So you were right about never getting choyed or married? I think it's just my capacity to meet someone decent is... Yikers. I declare Amaya honorary okay person. What did they mean by this, chat? Manifesting your meat cute? It's not gonna happen if I don't leave my house, though. You know? Hopefully it's okay, but doesn't one of your coworkers have multiple lives? Technically, I do too, but it's not the same. That's why I travel 3 to 5 times a year. Who knows if I might find the one? You can't find that there? You can't find it where you are? I once read a story in its sequel was the main villain's point of view. They chose and trained their successor knowing he could one day betray him and start a revolution just to save his life. Oh my god, what is this? I want to read this. What is this? Tell me, Immortal. I'm so curious. I live in an island. You know what? Fair enough. They might even be a relative. so I get the need to travel. But leaving the house fire, that's all up to you. Meet me halfway. You're right. I do need to compromise in some capacity. Yeah, I don't know. If I ever meet someone one day, that would be great, right? But I'm not gonna go out of my way for it. At least, like, not anytime soon. Because I think, like, part of the reason, too, is I don't think I'm in a position emotionally, mentally, physically, financially, any way to date. Which, I mean, in all fairness, everybody has different values, right? Like, don't let what I'm saying deter you if you feel similarly. Because ultimately, everybody deserves love. It was years ago, I forgot you're fucking useless. I'm so sad. I can't believe you did this to me. You baited me with a great plot and then it's gone? I don't want to play anymore. I'm ending stream and it's all because of Immortal. I just wanted to sow discourse. It's been stuck with me for years. Okay, but do you not know the characters' names? If you know the characters' names, then you can like do some reverse search engineering to like figure out what the name of the book is, right? Isn't that the plot to Fable 2? Is it? I've never played Fable. I want to, but then I heard that 3 was not so great. High fantasy should stay high fantasy. That's my policy in here. Or at least like mid fantasy. Fantasy should stay fantasy. I've never found a manga I read 10 plus years ago to this day, so good luck with that. If it makes you feel better, Doodler, I saw someone on the shoujo subreddit the other day. They said that they found a manga that they were looking for after 14 years. It was a visual novel and they read in bulk. You and me the same. Okay, I like steampunk, but I don't want it in my fantasy. Or it should be like that from the beginning. It's fine if it's there, but it shouldn't it shouldn't be part of an originally fantasy world. You know? Sorry, I feel bad. I've gone on so many tangents this stream. I've not even finished chapter 8. See, this just feels too convenient to me. Exia, to me, does not feel like the person who would typically get caught or be careless. So the fact that she was caught so quickly is very, very suspicious to me. Like, I feel like Exia is very, very capable, and this should not have happened. But I don't know. How do you even know that, though? Girl! What the?
ちょっとあなたまさか私のために待ってエクシア何するのよはーいエクシア射殺完了処理チームをお願いします欲張りすぎたわね中央政府にハッキングこれは殺されても何も言えないわ皆さんこれは
Private! Oh my god, you were part of this.
どこへ繋がって
私が切りました
死んでないわよねねえそうですよねそう思います多分
Yo, I don't know if I had that level of copium right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame Privity, but it is sad, right?
アークへ戻りましょう最短ルートを探します
I will say that I did not expect. I knew that she would get caught, but I didn't know she'd get, like, taken out back, like, immediately. I mean, to be fair, we didn't see the visual that she's dead, so who knows, right? But, like, I did not expect, I guess, that level of, tone shift immediately here. It was good, though. I liked it. Yeah, I mean, I can't fault Privity. She's just doing her job. I hate that twin-toed lady, but she's the second best unit, favorite item in all. Rip you. This first half of the screen be cool. What? No! I don't, like, I'm not gonna say that Exia is 100% dead or anything. I don't know. Right? But I respect that at the least, they were willing to really make you think that she is dead, you know? F in the chat for Exia, guys.
はいはい。
光線開始。地雷原だわ。
シフティ、スキャンをお願い。
I mean, there's also the possibility too that this was all to get the same information that Shiki-kan wanted, and Exia faked her own death. But it's not necessarily anything against them. That is a possibility as well.
はい。スキャン完了。マーキングします。
急ごう。
はい。早くワークへ。
Oh, actually, now if you think about characters that fake their own death. Characters that faked their own death. No, but I've seen this before. I've seen some tropes where, like, they fake their own death. So they have plausibility. Or, like, plausible deniability for some certain things, you know? And then they come back. Yeah, I just saw him! I was like, Jojo! Ciao, Joe! Neon drops to the ground. It's gone.
地雷よ。心配しないでいいわ。直撃してはないから。
I saw this happen in Shibo Yugi, bro.
衝撃波でフレームが固まっただけよ。もう少ししたら動けるようになるわ。
シフティ、どういうこと？すみません。地雷が小さすぎてスキャンが。
I'm sorry. It's just so funny where anytime anyone gets injured, Shiki-kan has like a bandage on hand and he's like, yeah, let's slap this shit on. It's an emotional bandage.
大丈夫です。もう動けますから。ありがとうございます、師匠。
師匠か、爆発音を聞いてラプチャーが集まっています。
I will say that if Exia faked her own death, I feel like there's like a third party at play here. You know? Where it's not necessarily malicious, but they have their own agenda. And they saw an opportunity, and so they took it.
Raja.
Duct tape beats any kind of tape. Gorilla tape! There has to be videos about duct tape versus gorilla tape, right? I think gorilla tape would work, or would win, no? I mean, you never know if another one gets corrupted, better put a bandage on, I guess. If only it was so simple. If only. Can you imagine, Mo? Someone gets their leg amputated, like in combat, right? And then Shiki-kan just puts a little band-aid on it, like a little Hello Kitty band-aid on it. Nothing else. And then he says, like with the most serious face, "You'll be okay now."
お疲れ様でした。引き続き進んでください。進み続けると機関ルートに入れます。
距離は
おそらく10分ほどかかると思います。
ラジャ。目標地点に移動します。
There's also the possibility that actually we were pushed to step on that mine on like purpose. You know? Because we needed to be delayed for something or someone else. Who knows? It could have potentially conveniently been not detected.
ロード級のラプチャー。
シフティ。はい。ちょっと何してたの？はい。ロード級を肉眼で確認するまで何してたかって聞いてるの。 私たちを殺す気？すみません。アニス、シフティは今エクシアのことで死んだのは仕方ないし、私たちはもう。
Hey, you got a nice night. Thank you very much, Brooksy.
オペレーター。あなたは誰？
私は中央政府の情報部所属。
That's not how Shifty would respond.
もう一度聞くわ。あなたは誰？あなたは誰？
ラピは記憶消去されたのに相変わらず勘がいいんですね。じゃじゃーん、シフティはミシリスの CEO 主演でした。本当に勘がいいのね。どうしてわかったの？
中央政府情報部のカリキュラムは最高なはずなのに、教育を受けているようには見えなかった。行動があまりにもバカすぎたから。
オペレーターって難しいわ。
So was Shuin pretending to be Shifty the entire time? Are you betrayed here, Amaya? I think it's fair to feel betrayed here. Interesting. That's fun. I was like, I felt something was off the entire time. I didn't expect Shuin though. Actually, well, that's not entirely true. What I expected was Shuin might have strong-armed Shifty, but I didn't expect that Shuin would directly be pretending to be Shifty, if that makes sense. Because, like, realistically... Okay, well, I feel like you're just starting to... Like, you're trying to start shit or be facetious, and... I was having a respectful discussion earlier, so I don't feel the need for any snark. But yeah, I didn't expect her to directly pretend to be her. I didn't know that was something that was possible. Okay, I believe you. We're good, we're good.
プロトコール分隊のエクシアが気づかないほどだし、よほど徹底的に準備したようね。
そう、お前がおったあばら骨の治療のせいで1ヶ月も病院のお世話になったの。
I forgot we did that. Oh my gosh. You know, actually, this does make sense though, because I was feeling that this was very third party. Which side though? Not sure.
その間、どうやったらお前たちに復讐できるのかすごく考えたんだから。それでディープフェイクを使うことにしたのよ。1ヶ月も準備した甲斐があったわ。
Does that mean she faked it with Exia too in some capacity?
どうだった？本物みたいだったでしょ？すごい演技だったでしょ？ねえ。シフティはどこ？定期の合宿訓練。そこで1ヶ月前から教育を受けてるわ。ああ、じゃあ最初からシフティのふりをしてたの？そうだろう。あなたがエクシアを売ったの？そうよ。
Yeah, figured as much.
ハッキングだなんて度が過ぎるでしょ。そろそろ気づかれそうだったからついでに片付けちゃったわ。ところでお前たち。
Yeah, I was gonna say, when we were examining the bullet, right? I could tell that it was only a matter of time before Exia would catch on, because it's the similar rate to which she caught on to Rappy. You know what I mean?
途中通信が1回切れた後、プロトコールの鉄くずと合流してたけど、何の話をしてたの？ねえ。秘密の話に決まってるでしょ。まあ、どっちにしろ興味ないけどね。
Yeah, honestly, I had a feeling that Shifty sold out Exia, or at least to who was being Shifty. I didn't know in what capacity. I certainly didn't expect her to be killed, quote unquote. I say this because it's not confirmed. There's always a possibility that maybe she is alive, you know? Or something else. Who knows? Or maybe they thought that... There's also the possibility that Shuen actually did intend to kill Shifty, and Shifty still faked her own death there. Or sorry, Exia. And Exia still faked her own death. Who knows, though? I don't know. She did confirm kill, but who knows? Maybe people have, like, body doubles. Exia is really smart. I don't know what the capabilities are. She confirmed the kill, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, it was the Exia that we know. Or that Exia did not, like, somehow transplant elsewhere. Who knows? I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. Oh yeah, I think what I actually appreciate the most about this is the fact that Shuen was able to say things so out of character for her and actually act like that. Even if it wasn't in the most convincing manner. I feel like it was capable of convincing other people, you know? And I respect that Shuen was able to act so differently despite how arrogant she is, if that makes sense. Would you say the plot is good so far? Yeah, I'd say so. Or at least, at the very least, I'm enjoying it. Honestly, I don't know what makes a plot good or not, right? Well, she said like a month of prep, but what I'm talking about is Shuen from an ego perspective. Entirely ego. Because Shuen is not the type to ever say sorry to anybody unless forced, as evidenced, you know, previously with Shiki-kan.
とにかく自分のいたずらの邪魔になりそうだったからエクシアを始末したってことね。
誤解があるようだから言っておくけど、中央政府のハッキングはれっきとした犯罪よ。
One thing I am kind of a little sad about is the tonal shift with the music, but I have a feeling that this is probably because it's Shuen's theme. I assume that this is specifically Shuen's theme, and that's why it's playing right now. Which, in a way, it does fit it, because it shows how blasé Shuen is about killing Nikkes, and it's kind of that dichotomy that is very painful, whereas, like, you're grieving someone in a capacity, right? Even if you didn't really know them well. And then this is how she's behaving about it. This is the overlying tone of your suffering. Does that make sense?
私はアークの市民として義務を果たしただけ。
中央政府の詐称も犯罪よ。
こっちは大丈夫。あいつらが私に手出しできると思う？お前らも同じよ。
できるかどうかまだわからないわよね。
おー、怖い。怖すぎるから援軍を呼ばないと。
Yo! An ear-splitting sound tears through the air.
コーリングシグナルよ。ラプチャーを呼ぶ魔法の信号。
I will say, okay, in some capacity, right? I think it rubs me the wrong way because I'm from the perspective of counters, right? It's supposed to rub me the wrong way, I feel. I'm just so used to comedic elements being pushed where they shouldn't, so I'm just like kind of sensitive to it and I'm not a huge fan of it, right? But when you think of it from the perspective of Shuen steamrolling every situation and just not giving a fuck, it very much does make sense. You know?
本当に覚えてなさいよ。
まあ、鉄くずが人間を脅迫。キャー、怖い。ラプチャー様。
You can't say that, Shuen! That's racist! I think that they actually do a good job of illustrating it because you can tell in this instance, Anis is incredibly upset. It's not portrayed in a comedic way where, you know, you can tell the difference between Anis being really, really upset versus her just being, like, angry, you know? Like, for example, when she was fighting with Neon, that would be Anis being trivially upset, quote-unquote. Or, like, in a less serious way. But her tone completely changes here. Shuin is the epitome of end justifies the means. I felt that before too. Like, my impression of Shuin is I don't think that Shuin is evil. I think that she has her own agenda, and it's not necessarily against humanity. It's probably for humanity, right? But she does what she needs to do. Genuine anger versus you stole my soda anger. Yeah, I think that would be a good way of describing it. Except it's pop. It's not soda. It's pop. So... yeah, I'm surprised she was able to swallow her pride and pretend to be shifty. How did you guys react when you first had this chapter and experienced it? I was pissed. Fair enough. Axio is really growing on me. Arthur Bald Fist on JPEG. I feel like this chapter is I feel like this chapter is probably like a turning point for a lot of Nikke players where they really started to take the story seriously, at least in my opinion. And then they kind of, it's a sobering kind of moment. You know? Where it's like, oh yeah, this is the kind of world we live in, and this is something that can happen. Where you realize this about like what you're experiencing. Hitting hard. Back then we didn't know much about Shifty being evil, so she being evil was completely possible. I mean, that's fair. I will say, yeah, that is one of the things, the inconsistency with Shifty's VA. You could tell that certain things were off. Like, remember when I said that they were just what do you call it? When I said that she sounded disgruntled, not sad. The Shifty I know would have probably sounded like sad. And even then, Shifty has not displayed that level of incompetence. You know, ever. So. Been 3.5 years for me, but this really cemented how brutal Shuin can be and the story in general. Yeah, that's what I mean. I was very much in the neon, you should trust Anis's instincts more mood at this reveal. That's fair. I think she's a product of the society. The arc seems to have this weird hybridization of military-industrial complex and celebrity/idol culture. So the deck was really stacked against her being anything other than selfish and solipsistic. I don't know too much about the arc, but from what I can see, I'm inclined to agree, Odie. Also, hi! I hope you've been doing well. Is this in the chapter for me? Is it earlier for you or later? She was also being, I don't know if pushy is the right word, but pushy. Yeah, she did feel insistent. And like, maybe persistent would be a better choice. I was sus since Anne's was sussing everyone, so her reveal made me like how petty and evil Shuin can be, aka hate her. I don't know if Shuin is completely evil. I do think that she's self-serving, right? But I don't think it's entirely evil. But I don't know. I can't diagnose the Anna's Bond story. I did one. How many people can tell her no? She's been enabled up to this point. She's the definition of a brat.
Oi.
Don't talk to me.
私こんなことなかなか言わないんだけど、お前私の下につく気はない。役員レベルの地位を上げるから。
Yo! What? I can't even pretend to say this. I'm curious about the response, but I feel so wrong saying this. I just feel like that's so insanely disrespectful to even click. What does she say if you said go on? Does anybody know? Has anyone tried it? I get the feeling that she's trying to get her company to succeed and be looked at as successful. I don't remember. What did I say about Shuin before? I don't think she's like some altruistic person, but I do think that she has her reasons, and I don't think her reasons, or at least I would like to think that her reasons are not as shallow as simply just money. It's a rug pull. The commander says he was kidding after she gets excited. Damn it. That's not fair.
じゃあ頑張って戻って。私はアンチェインドの調査があるから。バイバイ。あいつ、あの方がどうしてアンチェインドを。
トーカティブの捕獲を命じたのと何か関係があると思うわ。今はアークへ戻りましょう。
I hate not being able to talk plot speculation with you. It's driving me mental. Chat, do you also feel like this? Oh wait! Oh! We actually did 2 chapters. Wow. I think you have a good understanding of Shun as a character. That's good. I would I really like Shun, so I would like if she was more complex too. Yo, it's the Popo! Everybody run!
何のよ。
What's up, Spartan? How are you?
なぜ許可もなく地上へ上がったのか説明してください。
特殊別動隊について聞いてないの？
聞きましたけど。
私たちは自由に動けるのよ。つまりトライアングル分隊には私たちを尋問する権限がない。
あなたたちが特殊別動隊であるように、私たちも中央政府直属の分隊です。あなたたちを尋問する権限があります。
そんな公文書は受け取っていないけど。
If Privity really is like a loyal dog to the government, I would love to have, or I would love for her to have an arc where she's completely disillusioned by the system and her entire worldview crumbles underneath her. It's similar to I doubt anyone here has read My Beloved Oppressor, but in My Beloved Oppressor, it's a very angsty novel / manga that has, it's basically, it's based off of like war, right? And the premise, right, is you have the female lead and the male lead, and it does, if you want a spoiler for the ending, at least like what type of ending, it is a happy ending, and I think it's a very healing and complex story. People hate it because at the end she ends up with the male lead. But anyways, the premise is it's a very angsty, sad novel, and you have the female lead, Annette, who is actually like married to the male lead, right? And they have a lot of history together, and they love one another. He has like a revolution against the government, and he breaks down, he kind of crumbles the class system that's there, right? And anyways, it turns out like he starts like deeply kind of like mistreating her, but he teeters between love and hate consistently, and like resentment, because he actually does genuinely love her and he does genuinely care for her. However, her father actually tortured her because he's part of the military, right? Her father had a secret program that basically like completely dehumanized people, put them through the most vigorous training so that they would do whatever and could do whatever. And he has like a revolution, like he's part of a revolution to uproot that. But anyways, it's a complex and like tragic story where both characters learn a lot of their, a lot of their own ignorance and their preconceived notions. And I think both of them have their entire worldview rewritten. You know? I love characters that are deeply ingrained, like they're deeply brainwashed by a system, and they find out that system is flawed, and they slowly have to go through it. Actually, Olympia Soiree is also like this. I like both mind-breaking and brainwashing. You know? I haven't seen the Stellar Blade Club. Mia. Oh, here's like another thing. In Olympia Soiree, there's a very strict color class system because everybody has different color features, like in their hair and their eyes, right? And if you're of a certain color class, you can only date people of a certain other color class, right? And there's a love interest where he's very strict about this, right? And then you find out actually that a lot of it was like internalized projected hatred because you find out that actually he just happens to have very prevalent features of a certain color class, and he was actually from like the equivalent of like the slums, right? And he has to like he actually becomes very sweet, and him going against his own beliefs and like changing is really satisfying to watch. I did not like him at first though. Yeah. This is subplot in Homestuck. To be fair, what isn't a subplot in Homestuck? But yeah, I don't think you guys would play Olympia Soiree. It's an Otoma game. Beautiful game though, and I love the music.
指揮官、何か連絡を受けましたか?
Nope.
だって私たちの指揮官様が
従う意志がないように見えるけど。Yo, what the? 間違いないかしら。
That's crazy. When you think about it, she has to shave her pubes all the time. Actually, can Nikke grow pubes? I don't think so, right? No, I've never seen her. Yeah, no. I was looking at her crotch. What did you think I was looking at? Her boobs? No, I was looking below. Yeah, you're right. It is a hoo-ha window. Yeah, you can have pubes. Their hair does grow, so it should. Does that mean they have to transplant hair follicles? Maybe they have connected to blood vessels or something. But even then, I think that's too much work.
従う理由がないわ。
ねえ、プリバティ、無視して連れて行きましょう。ここで撃ってもいいし。あのハッカーみたいに。名前はエクシアだったっけ?
No, that's a new one from Anna's.
どうしたの? もしかしてあのハッカーと知り合い? こっそりビデオ通話でもした?
この人が何を言っているのかわかる人? 全然わかりません。とにかく尋問を行います。ご同行願えますか?
私たち特殊別動隊に何かしたいなら、正式に発行された公文書を持ってきて、副司令官以上がサインしたものをね。
No, it wasn't a phone call. I accidentally kicked the phone off the thing because for some reason we still have a landline. Don't worry about it. Oh my god. I don't know why we still have a landline. I accidentally pressed the call button. I didn't even know there was a call button there. What's wrong with the landline? We also have that. We had a fax machine still until like 2 years ago or 3 years ago or something. There was Bush? Summerhelm had Bush. I'm just gonna look at Bush. It's not here, guys. It's not here. Why would you lie to me like this? What the hell, man? Devastating. Mm-hmm.
プリバティ、行きましょう。食えないわね。
ラピ、あなたはやっぱり私のライバルです。見えすいた手には乗らないってことですか？
ライバル？
そうよ。あなたと私は因縁のライバル。成績は
Oh my god, my dogs will nausea. Actually, those ones aren't even mine. It's confirmed 2x2 event Nikke's can grow hair as Arcana states as much? Really? Bruh. This feels weirdly Chunibyo of Privity. Okay, moved immediately. Damn it! We can't have shit in this house. This is a very...
見えすいた手には乗らん、ラピ。あなたはやっぱり私のライバルです。
The tone here is so different. Okay, what is more accurate to the original Korean? This localization or the Japanese audio? I heard the Japanese audio is like almost 1-for-1 with the Korean. Because like this is not the same tone at all as what the text is here. Like, I don't know what I should trust more. The JP audio? Okay, well, in the JP audio, she's like...
ラピ、あなたはやっぱり私のライバルです。
After all, you are my rival. There's like a sense of respect here. You know, that isn't really matched with the dialogue. You know?
ラピは記憶を消去されました。戦績は21対0。もちろん私が21勝です。
Shameless little shit. I respect it.
はあ、あなたそれ違うでしょ。
The immediate change.
黙っててください。記憶消去されたあなたのためにこのカウントはなかったことにしてあげます。
Yo, so question. Is the Privity that we see in 2x2 the exact same Privity as this Privity? Or no? She seems a lot more chilled out. I assume she got big sad at some point and changed, and then she resolved, you know, to live more by her own opinions, thoughts, whatever, blah 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 blah.
だからもっと頑張りなさい。弱いライバルなんて私のプライドが許しません。
Okay, what she says here is like, hold on, let me listen again.
だからもっと頑張りなさい。弱いライバルなんて私のプライドが許しません。
What she says is, this part is accurate-ish, where she's like, try harder going forward. And then she says like, my pride wouldn't allow it if I had a weak rival. Is the second part.
私のライバルにふさわしい人になりなさい。
Here.
私のライバルにふさわしい人になりなさい。
Fusashi. I'm not too sure about this one, but
私のライバルにふさわしい人になりなさい。
but it's basically like my rival must be like on the same level of me, basically, is what she's saying.
行きましょう、皆さん。
Sorry, this is my limited Japanese from anime, dude.
行こう、アドミ。
はい。
無駄足だったわ。まったく。
カウンターズ、一つ忠告しておきます。中央政府はあなたたちを見ていますから、忘れないでください。
I feel like there's some of Privity's character that's a bit missed here. Because the way she's like she's like using polite speech. There's like a sense of formality to it that isn't really captured in the English version that I personally feel like is important to her character, because it shows like in having that kind of formality, right? It feels like she's more of a tightwad. You know what I mean? Hi Pam! Welcome Raiders! How was your stream? I am! We're on chapter... What are we on? Chapter 10 now, chat? I think so. But welcome, welcome. Hi, I'm Amaya Whisper, your snarky guild leader here, and I'm a with glitchstars 4th generation Aerunia. Can we get some 07s in the chat? 07s in the chat, please. This is so sad. So sad. But I hope you guys had a great time. Guys, if you have not already checked out Pam's channel, please check her out. She also streams a lot of Nikke and is a very talented singer and voice actor. So, please. Yeah, the thing is, the way in which Privity speaks to Rappy does not like it text-wise, right? Does not illustrate the dynamic. Let's see. Like it kind of treats it as like a little more casual, whereas I feel like in the Japanese audio, there's a lot more respect given to Rappy. The Triangle Squad leaves.
こんなことするならどうして特殊別動隊に任命したのかしら。
中央政府のすべての人が私たちのことをよく思ってるわけじゃないからよ。
I mean, if we're not popular amongst the central government, I assume it's probably because people did not want us exhibiting that level of autonomy, and it was something Anderson pushed for because he needs more legs in order to figure out what the fuck is going on. You know? It was probably an uphill battle for a lot of things. Dude, my boob hurts so much. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he had to give something up in order to make this squad happen. What's up, egg? Dude, now I want an egg sandwich now. Aw, man.
これからもよくあるのかしら、こういうこと。
多分。
はあ、疲れる。
行くわよ。まずはエクシアの状況確認から。
Since we have to check if Exia is alive, we should speak with Anderson. I wonder if we can get a hold of him. Bum, 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 bum. We gotta go see my man.
君、まさかプロトコール分隊と絡んでいるのか？プロトコール分隊のニケが中央政府のデータベースをハッキングしたと聞いたが。
Exia?
ああ、そうだ。そんな名前だった。
It's been a while since I heard JP Anderson. Yo, he fine. Yo, do you? Oh, I guess you play in English, fam. Yeah, he hella fine. I mean.
君たちも聞いたようだな。
Yup, unfortunately. Has she been discarded?
そうだ。中央政府のハッキングは重大な犯罪だからな。現場で射殺された。しかし、射殺される前に脳を自分で燃やしたらしい。
I think it's Tomokazu Sugita, isn't it not?
エンターヘブンと関係があるかもしれないからな。
Oh, is this something new? Have we heard of Heavenly Ascension before? I don't think so. But maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe he's just introducing it here. Yeah, I will say Anderson does look quite different compared to everyone else. I think it's partially because he's a man.
中央政府が心血を注いで前後の事情を調べているのだが。
Oh, in passing previously.
どうかしたのか?
Oh. I see, okay. I guess because we can't talk about Chilin. Nope, nothing.
まあ、これが役に立つかどうかはわからないが、主演が急にアーク内の通信網に手を出したらしい。
Okay, I feel bad here because Anderson can tell that we're hiding something and we don't trust him. Oh, oh my god, that's right! I have to hear him in Korean! Holy shit! I'll do that later. Anyways, I can tell that he knows we're holding something back, but he's extending an olive branch so that we'll feel comfortable trusting him because otherwise this relationship is not going to work. He needs to prove that he's on our side, and this is a little bit of like truth that he's extending to us so that we can share.
Unchained という単語自体を禁止してしまった。検索も入力もできない。何か知っているか?
Nope.
そうか。
No! I'm so sorry, father. I'm sorry.
何か情報を得たら必ず共有してくれ。
No! I feel bad lying to him. I know, but still. Even if he says that the Commando Squad can keep information from him or the government, like... I think realistically, right? Him giving you the ability to say or not say anything is probably one of the most trustworthy things that he has done. You know? Let's see. Where are we? We're actually going through this surprisingly fast for me. Implication is that you're required to do so, that there's very good reason to do so. Yeah, I mean, I get it, right? The thing is, directly and indirectly, we are effectively becoming Anderson's... Oh, yes, you're right! It's because of story mode. Yes, thank God for that. But, anyways, indirectly and directly, we are effectively like Anderson's legs. Because there are limitations to what he can do in his position. And he has to be vigilant for other threats. You know? I imagine on the back end, he's probably defending us from things that he cannot speak to us about. Right? Not because he doesn't necessarily trust us, but because if we have this knowledge, we become more of a target or we're in danger or whatever. Ellipsis. Girl, you crazy. This is something that I personally could never suggest. I don't have this level of impulsivity. You know? Like, even if I was super upset, I don't think I could ever suggest such a thing. We are the legs that step on the toes of everyone else. If only we had such power.
Anis, 落ち着いて。私たちに主演を問い詰めることはできないわ。
自分の正体がバレるのが嫌で、私たちをもてあそべなくなるからエクシアを殺したんでしょ。
エクシアが中央政府をハッキングしたのも事実よ。ことを大きくしても、私たちにいいことはない。
I feel bad because I was like, fuck it, go Axia.
ムカつく。失礼するのです。
Oh shit, I have her!
伝えたいことがあって来たのであります。
Axia? Why are we saying Axia here?
どうしてエクシアの
Oh, it's from Axia. Oh, I see.
やはりワトソンなのです。重要な話ですので、中へ入って話すのであります。
Is what I said about to become true? Is what I said about to become true, chat? Did my manifesting...
数時間前、エクシアが私にメッセージを送ってきたのです。長い暗号文なのです。難易度は最高レベル。それこそ難攻不落のコード。しかし、私立探偵ノベルは諦めなかったのであります。古い文献からあらゆるコードの解読本を参考にし、探偵としての勘を信じたのであります。
Yapatron 9000。
長い時間が経ち、決して解けなさそうだったコードが少しずつ解読できたのであります。そしてついにそのコードの正体を突き止めたのです。コードは過去に悪名の高かったアクティブ X をベースに。いつ本題に入るのよ。
I will say, Novel is the kind of character that would be super fun to voice. I'm gonna say Axia is too damn good at her job to get taught. That's what I was saying, bro! I was like, this bitch definitely backed up her brain somehow. The code is extremely advanced, nearly indecipherable, as a matter of fact. However, I wouldn't let it get the best of me. I poured through ancient texts, referring to all kinds of various codes and interpretations. All the while, I relied on my sleuthing skills. After some time, the code, which had previously been indecipherable, began to unveil itself bit by bit. In the end, I was finally able to figure out what the code was. The code was based on ACTVX. It was famous back in the day. Dude, Yapatron 9000. Welcome back, Coyote. Thank you, enjoy. Marley writing? What? Yo, she keeps going. You can explain the rest to us later.
やっぱりワトソンは違うのです。謎の回答を見つけるためのその知識への無限の好奇心。私は勘違いしていたのです。すべての人が知識欲を持っているものと。知識は欲する者に与えられるべきなのであります。私は改めてその事実に気づき、もう一度探偵として覚醒を。
Dear God. Oh, you mean for Attack on Titan?
いいのです。じゃあ、エクシアからもらった情報を伝えるのであります。アンチェインドはニケの不滅を破壊する。
Yo! I guess that is freedom in a sense. Oh, what is that? Actually, you know, this brings up the topic of how many Nikke were forced to continue living when they maybe didn't want to.
ニケの脳にあるナノマシンを破壊し、不滅という縛りから解放する。以上であります。一体どういうことか全くわかりません。
I feel like this is something that could very easily be repurposed for very nefarious means. I wonder if... I'm sure there were a multitude of reasons why this information was scrubbed from the system, but I imagine part of it is someone up high, part of it. I don't know if this will be all of it, or there could be another reason, right? But someone up high probably knew that raptures were evolving, and this technology would be stolen or repurposed in some capacity. Or this... it was more of a way to control Nikke. It could be anything. It could be so many things.
私たちの脳にナノマシンがあるってことなの？初耳です。
I mean, I already knew that.
ナノマシンとは何なのですか？
I mean, it seems like Rappy already knew about it. She acted like it was the first time her memory had been right, but maybe not. But like... sorry, I'm thinking here. My theories are crafting. Guys, you know what I like about Nikke when I stream Nikke? I feel so smart when I stream Nikke. Don't you guys feel like I'm smart? Oh, I wonder if part of the reason she knows is because she experienced someone else getting their memory wiped in some capacity and found out. Or... I don't know, there's some sort of connection there. Yeah, smart streamer Nojo. You're supposed to mind before you crack though? I mind elsewhere. What? Yeah, tell me I'm smart more. Maybe you admitted you wrote the story, didn't you? Guys, I'd be much richer if I wrote the story.
なので作られたマシンです。
Oh shit.
するのであります。
Girl.
エクシアが残した暗号は解けましたが、内容は全く理解できないのです。まさかこれは二重トリック？負けたのです。エクシアに聞いてみるのです。
You're gonna go talk to her. How are you gonna talk to her when she's dead?
エクシアは、はい、データセンターで一生懸命働いているのであります。先ほど病院から帰ってきて溜まった仕事を片付けているのです。何？
なんだって
生きてるんですか？
Right As per usual! As per usual! Right, always right! Oh man, it feels so good to be right! Okay, I will say there were a couple things indicating this. First of all, my first thought was, one, Exia is too good at her job. Second of all, right? I think that if this were a true character death, right? It would not have just been like that brief thing. The tone would have been very different. You know? Chana's like watching little baby Amaya slowly connecting the dots and Nikke while we're ahead and clap proudly to see her recovering things on her own. I don't do it slowly! I do it quickly! I do it fast! Don't tell me I'm slow! But yeah, I don't know, like... It felt like it was serious enough to...
Is that money for me?
Yay! That's a couple quarters.
How
many quarters is that? That's at least 16 quarters. 16.7 point... I don't know, like 16.9 quarters. Thank you, Derpy. Yeah, anyways, what was I saying? Oh, right. The tone shift was enough to feel like it was serious, but it was not enough for me to truly believe it. You know what I mean? There was still something off about it, because I was like, if this was really the first, like... Well, okay, compare Marion's death, right? We knew Marion's death, quote unquote, right? That was supposed to be an instance of, I guess, the writers trying to display how brutal it can be. And it was tackled very differently compared to this. And even then, I said Marion wasn't dead. I was like, oh yeah, she's gonna come back as an enemy. What happened? Modernia happened. Stake establishing. Yeah! I mean, it depends on what you qualify as death in Nikke and what your concept of it is, but you'll understand in a few minutes. I mean, I'm gonna say that I don't know if it's the exact same Exia, but I will say that if I was Exia in Exia's shoes, I would back up the knowledge I had, like I needed, but... And I would learn from my past self and turn myself into my past self again with the knowledge my past self left for me. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. It's like how someone with amnesia writes down what they forget every single day. Well, I think there was a movie like this where they forget the context, or they forget like huge details every single day, and they reset, right? So they leave notes. I think there's a movie like it. Yes, I was thinking Memento. Yes. That's the one with the dude, right? And he's like thinking of his wife, like who killed his wife or something. So I'm not gonna say that this is gonna be the exact same Exia that we met. I don't know in what capacity though. You know? Like different body, different person. Who Exia was before. You know? Is it every 5 minutes? Oh, man, that'd be crazy. I just go next. Novel stops at the door of commander room. Novel takes a step and the door opens immediately. You need to read N102's Bond story? Should I? Data center. Data center doko? Doko. Hana.
Hi.
初心者さんとその一味どうしたんですか？
あなた本当にエクシアなの？
本物を定義するのが体と外見なら、私は本物のエクシア
Is this an AI of Exia? Yo, this is... I saw a video. And it was this lady, and I didn't watch a video, right? But the headline was, she is addicted to her chat AI boyfriend and talks to him 20 hours a day.
どうやって？
なぜそんな幽霊でも見ているような顔を。ノベル、どういうことか説明できますか？
エクシアが送った暗号を解明しましたが、内容が理解できなくて聞きに来たのです。
暗号？私が暗号を送ったんですか？ノベルに。
そうなのです。
内容は何ですか？
アンチェインドはニケの不滅を破壊する。ニケの脳にあるナノマシンを破壊し、不滅という縛りから解放する。
アンチェインド。
I'm guessing that past Exia, excuse me, knew that future Exia, or at least a wiped Exia, would be able to figure whatever out. Her was an interesting movie. I think that Her is a very bittersweet movie, and I can understand to an extent how people get to that point. You know? Those low-key Soma vibes. Exia starts pounding on her keyboard.
検索が禁止されていますね。私がいつ暗号を送ったんですか？6
時間くらい前であります。ねえ、あなた大丈夫？エクシ
ア。私は中央政府のデータベースをハッキングして射殺されたのですよね。長い話になると思うので。
I mean, was she ever even technically human in some capacity?
みんなわかってますね。最高の開発が相当。
Why does it get censored? I actually have no idea. Is it referencing something that is not shown here? Has like copyright or something? I don't... Oh. My Japanese is not good enough to understand this. You say that I sent a quote to novel, but I have no recollection of this. I remember half of what happened today. Not only that, but the keyword in the code, Vapus, has been banned. Perhaps it came about the word Vapus somehow, and after nothing came up in the ARC database, I infiltrated the central government database, after which I was caught and similarly executed. I believe that's the correct order of events, yes? Yes. How did you know? This is something I would have done. What did I say? But you incinerated your brain before you died! Ugh. I must have known some very important information. Something that didn't have to do with the hacking. You know what it is? I know. If you're not comfortable sharing it with me, I don't blame you. I'm sorry. It's okay. You were killed. How are you alive right now? It must have been something to do with the code I left behind. There are nanomachines in Nikke's brain. Think of them as microscopic machines meant to back up data. I can give you the long version or the short version. You choose. Detailed. Hell yeah. Well, the official name is Nymph. It's short for Neuroimplanted Machine for the Protection of Humans. What about it? A memory wipe directly simulates the brain into severing synaptic connections. You must have seen cases where combat data or other memories were retained. Yeah, I've seen it. This indicates that you can control the information in your brain at will. Nymph is what makes that possible. There are 3 things that Nymph does. Erase, remember, and write. Yeah, I was figuring, like, because if she would go to the lengths of destroying her brain, that means that they could access that information. If possible. While continuing to back up the latest state of the synapses. You know what autosave is? The system when a video game saves automatically. Exactly. In a fresh brain, where there has been a memory wipe, the memory backed up by the nymph is overwritten. So, overwritten does not necessarily mean deleted. So long as there's no physical trauma to the brain, this process can go on infinitely. But your head was splattered! Your brain was physically damaged, so how did you survive? It's not an easy thing to talk about. Well, survival is relative. I guess this is where the whole ship of Theseus thing comes to be, right? I have complex feelings on this after playing Claire Obscure. You don't have to tell us if it makes you come. Nah, fuck it, I want to know. There we go. But please make sure to keep this a secret. Protocol squads have safeguards in their brains to prevent corruption or brain scans from other entities. I believe when I bit the bullet, so to speak, my safeguard was the only thing ejected, leaving my actual brain undamaged. Even if that's true, that doesn't mean they'll just look past the fact that you hacked into the database. Oh wait, sorry, this is Rappy. Even if that's true, that doesn't mean they'll look past the fact that you hacked into the database. Consider the benefit of being part of Protocol. You manage all the data within the Ark and support Anik. I think they'll let it slide. It means I'm irreplaceable. You're important to them. Something like that. But what about when you incinerated your brain? The brain has to burn for at least a minute before any real damage occurs. That's when the nymph starts to burn, at which point you are well and truly dead. I believe they killed me just after I commenced the incineration process. Aww, what the heck? Wait, hold on a second. Let me back up and register this a little bit. Okay, so she was truly going to kill herself in order to protect the secret, but because they shot this, like, they, I guess, like, tampered with that process, her brain was not incinerated, and therefore she did not die, necessarily. Oh, she a real one for sure. So only a part of the brain was damaged. Then, after the memory wipe, it seems my brain reset itself using the backed up memory. So it was basically the, mid-termination process, she was terminated. Any Nikke who goes through a memory wipe is as good as dead. What is that? All information in the brain is lost, so the backed up information can all be considered brand new information. How can you call that surviving? The original you is dead. I feel like Rappy is more passionate regarding this than usual because it seems that Rappy deeply values a sense of self and purpose, and this here goes against like her personal, I don't know, like somewhat philosophy, right? Because Rappy is struggling with her own identity, right? And what she is doing. Like she said that in one of the earlier chapters that, damn it, my glasses. That she was looking for, I guess, like a purpose, like meaning, right? Because these, it embodies who you are. Like these things that make us us, these experiences help change us into the person we are today, you know? Let's see. I personally, well, clearly I don't think it's that simple, right? Because obviously Exia has enough knowledge, or at least enough of who she originally is, to come to this conclusion about what she would have done. In my opinion, at least from what I'm seeing so far, Exia is still Exia. It's just not... how do I put this? What we're seeing now is more like the Exia from 6 hours ago, rather than... It's Exia with, like, missing 4 hours of who she was. If you lose memories, like, if you have amnesia... what do you call it? If you have temporary amnesia, does that make you a different person from who you are? It might change you. It doesn't make you an entirely different person. Well, I don't know. In regards to, like, how much... What do you call it? Okay, first of all, this is a very complex topic that's difficult to summarize, right? But the Exia that we're speaking to right now, she would not have been able to come to this conclusion about what future, or I guess technically past, sorry, about what past Exia would have done if she was not at least like 80% of who she is inherently. You know what I mean? Yeah, Mihara was like bittersweet. Oh, actually, I was doing, I think, one of the advice events for Mihara, right? And Mihara says that she likes experiencing new things. Right? And I think she said that with, like, around uni, too. I think that if Mihara ever found out that she had her memory wiped, right? I don't think she would feel sad about it. I think that she would probably say something along the lines of, I was happy to experience meeting you again to uni. That's what I think anyways. Oh, let's see. Let me reread this. Only part of the brain was damaged, and after the memory wipe, it seems my brain reset itself. All information in the brain is lost. So the backed up information can all be considered brand new information. Okay, I think I understand what Rappy's saying here, because I was interpreting it in a more literal sense, but I think what she's saying is, correct me if I'm wrong, when she says, all information in the brain is lost, so the backed up information can all be considered brand new information. What she's saying, yeah, I was talking about someone earlier, actually, but what she's saying here is, the person you are had this information copy-pasted onto you. How can you, like, basically say that you're, like, the same person? I mean, I think for Exia, there's more nuance to it. I get what Rappy's saying, but I don't think it's quite that simple either. And I mean, that's what makes it engaging, right? I mean, technically you recycle your skin and your cells, like, what, every 10 years, question mark? So technically you're, like, a new person physically after 10 years, but, like, I don't know. I think so? I could be wrong. I don't know how far I am with Mihara's bond. I don't think I've done any of it, actually. Have I? I don't know. I agree with you on that. Rappy has a point, but in Exia's exact situation, it's not really she died, but I can see why she thinks that. I think... Yeah, I think in Exia's situation, she technically never died. What happened was part of who she was cut away a little bit. Like 6 hours of who she could have been, or I guess like, I don't know, I'm gonna assume that she died like 3 or 4 hours in, right? Like 4 hours of who she was deleted, and she's now back to the person that she was 6 hours ago. Does that make sense? I say 6 hours ago because this is 6 hours later, but she died like 4 hours in. Yeah. Well, Rabi is saying that Axia had the Axia was reset, had 0 information in her brain. All she has a blueprint of the actual Axia and is using that blueprint technically. I mean, she still has her original brain, no? So I wouldn't say that it's dying. Am I misunderstanding something here? I think if it was a new body and it was like an AI transplant, that would be a different story. But this is her original brain. So I don't think it's necessarily death. But I mean, I think the key thing here is that Axia didn't technically die, and there's you and your sense of self dying are different things. There's this I don't remember what it is. How do I put there's this anime where there is like a plus size woman, right? And she has had very bad experiences, right? To the point where she wanted to end her life, and it's assumed in like a suicide attempt, right? That she lost her memory. It's not clear whether or not it was, but after she loses her memory, she is shocked because she loves her body, right? She loves her body. She's like, why would I have ever hated my body before this, you know? And I find it interesting how much of how we perceive ourselves and others is shaped by what we've experienced and is a mirror of what we have witnessed. And how much of it... I think what stands out to me is all that stuff is obvious, but what always hits me is how much we don't realize it has affected us. You know? I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, how Axia is pretty sure that she herself would have done this. This is still the original Axia. I'm personally of that mind. Plus, it's like literally still her brain, right? I think Grabby considers a memory wipe death, regardless if you are taught your past memories afterwards. I think... not in a dismissive way. I think Rappy is just sensitive to this. Blah blah icons? These? Oh, looking for partners to finish quests together. Oh, no calls or messages during missions. Oh, I didn't know you could click on these. Thank you for letting me know. Please don't send me weird shit. Yo, I get you, Anis. I get you for real, for real. This does not surprise me. At all. It all depends on your perception. Life is unique. If you believe we only live once, then yes, a memory wipe is like dying. However, if you feel like life is a compilation of different information, then it's not like that at all. And what do you think? I can't tell you. It's obvious you will allow your thoughts to be influenced by other people's answer. Therefore, I will not respond. I find it interesting, too, that... I don't mean this in an offensive way, but I find it interesting how Axia, in all this... I'm trying to think of the... I guess the verbiage for this. In all that happened, Axia still seems to have a stronger sense of self in some capacity, or at least like more confidence in her sense of self. You know, compared to Rappy. It's not a good or a bad thing, it's just different. But I think also too... the way Axia views the world is clearly just like inherently different, you know? How do I'm trying to think of a way to describe this. I think it's logical, but it's not cold. There's a combination of logic and humanity that is difficult for me to express in words. What's up, Dark Shadows? How are you? Does that make any sense? Very gamer-like? No. I would say it's more like... in a way, I think it's very kind of Exia. You know? Almost like what is perceived as human, or what is perceived as what can experience what, and still constitute as whatever, right? Is a lot looser than other people, and in a way, I think that is kind. I don't know if that makes any sense. It's hard to explain. But it's like... Exia is the type of person who would debate with you, or like, she wouldn't necessarily debate. I don't think she'd bother to spend the energy arguing. She'd be confident in her stance, right? But for Exia, I feel like if you were to discuss whether or not like an AI is a friend, for example, or anything of a similar nature, she would have a surprisingly empathetic response. You know? Does that make sense? I think there would be... She's actually quite compassionate and approaches everything with that level of compassion based off of a set of principles that she has. And that set of principles is kind enough to include many things. I don't know. Did any of that make sense to you guys? I don't know if it did. Yes. Thanks. Now, back to the topic at hand. Vapus brings an end to a Nikke's immortality. It destroys the nanomachines in the Nikke's brain and frees them from the bondage of immortality. I think we can take the message literally. We don't know what Vapus is, but we can infer that it kills the nymph in Nikke's brain. In other words, the brain loses ability to use nymph as a backup. Did this already happen to Rappy? The nymph doesn't necessarily keep you alive, but maybe, like, it's clearly not functioning correctly. But... well, it's not that simple because Rappy did come back. I'm assuming, well, at the very least, it's not working correctly. Let's see, let me read this again. You can infer that it kills the nymph in the Nikke's brain. In other words, the brain loses ability to use nymph as a backup. The reason why I say this is because the wipe didn't work on her. If you lose the ability to do a backup, that means that it's also not functioning as a wipe. At least that was my interpretation. Having to pick ending a loop is opening and not closing it. Oh, that's true, you're right. Naturally, memory wipes will be of no effect either. Shit, okay, yeah. Alright. Well, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. My bad? Question mark?
Rappy! あなた、いつ?
私もわからない。
I wonder if we were there, actually. There's no saying when this may have happened to her. See, this is why I react in real time, guys. This is why I react in real time. Because then we would miss moments like this. If I didn't pause constantly, we would not have moments like this. Wait, what was I saying? I forgot. What was I saying before this? Damn it. Oh! I was saying that we could have been there when this happened to Exia. Or sorry, when this happened to Rappy. Well, actually... Huh. Okay. I'm thinking. Let me think. Just let me think, man! Well, okay. There could be some things I'm missing, right? Because at some point, Rappy's... Twice, I think. Rappy's body was damaged so badly that she needed to undergo repairs, and she still had the head. I don't know if that's relevant to this. I'm not sure if that constitutes as under the resurrection. But if it's following that logic, then it would have to be some point between it. Because honestly, I'm not sure what constitutes as like you would need the nymph for resurrection. Sorry, I'm trying to process this because I'm remembering the details for it. Well, at the very least, it would have had to have been before I think that encounter with Chatterbox. No, I know that as long as the brain isn't destroyed, they can be brought back. But I'm saying that I think this is me overcomplicating it, to be totally honest. I'm not sure what like level of damage would require the nymph. Is it any damage? Or what? When it says that you can't be brought back, does that just mean like... Sorry, I'm really struggling to verbalize this. Okay, so because the brain... Wait. A Nikke doesn't die unless the brain is damaged, right? But the nymph makes it so you can't... That you would get... The Vapus makes it so that the nymph would stop working and it would be true death, right? How can you give me an example of a situation where you would experience true death from due to like the Vapus without the brain being damaged? Or no? Even without the nymph. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I think that's what I'm struggling to understand here. What's up, K-Zone? Okay, no. Remember what the nymph does? Oh, it's the memory backups. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Like it's a loss of sense of self, right? Question mark? Yeah, but I mean, if you can only die the same way, even with the nymph, you can be brought back with other injuries, but not brain damage. Okay, we'll read a little bit more because I'm kind of confused. Because physically, if the bots were damaged and then your brain was damaged, that's still dead, you know? Have anything in memory backup system if you don't die regardless of the nymph, so long as the brain stays intact? I assume spying. Like, I assumed it was like spying or something. Way more complicated at this point. There's a lot of things about Nikke you don't know yet. That's true. There is a lot I don't know. I guess... I think one thing that I also failed to consider was the longevity of Nikke. I don't remember... Am I misremembering? But didn't one of the Nikke say that they're actually quite old? If Mihara didn't have the nymph, she would have been executed. Is close to what I can say without spoiling. Ah, okay. I think I kind of understand now. Sorry, my brain just like got turned into knots for a second. Then we found out what it is? I think the question at this point is why. Hello? I'm sorry. Continue. That was all. I have nothing more to say. Do you remember Chatterbox? Yes, I remember. Ugh! Self-healing. Yes. Yes. Chatterbox's self-healing ability is most likely attributable to nanomachines as well. Oh my god! Yo! Oh, I said this too! You think the same applies for heretics? That no one can confirm. There's much that I do not know. I will say, people did tell me early on that there were nanobots in the brain. So... I was wondering when I should bring this up. I've been investigating... Why is it said like this? Spacebar, what are you... I've been investigating the heretics as you asked, and here is what I found out. Is your spacebar broken? Spacebar? What are you talking about? I have no idea if the spacebar is broken. Forget it. Just see what you were going to say. I'm not really used to texting. Is it okay if I communicate verbally? You're in the same squad, so pick one.
はい、言って。ヘレティックに関するほとんどの情報は都市伝説レベルなのであります。ただし、事実に基づく情報が一つだけあります。大変だったのです。ロイヤルロードからアウターリムまで全部歩き回ったのです。
I feel like I heard Outer Rim before. Am I confusing it with Outpost? Question mark. Maybe? Sometimes I'm not sure if it's like my ADHD or me not paying attention or whatever. I try to pay attention, guys, but my ADHD is really bad. Please understand. Different places? Okay. Thank you.
特にアウターリムはエキゾチック分隊を除いてはニケに対してひどい反感を持っており、足を踏み入れた途端にパーフェクトシチューを浴びてノートがびしょ濡れになるところでしたが、屈指の探偵ノベルは屈しなかったのであります。
I want to.
本題に入ってください。
正確な日付はわかりませんが、ヘレティックと遭遇して生き残った分隊があるのです。
Sorry, I completely tuned novel out. I tell you what, I had a heck of a time. From Royal Road to Outer Rim, it seemed every single place I had been explored already. The Outer Rim is particularly unwelcoming to the Nikkes, except for the Exotic Squad. Do we know about this? I don't think so. The moment I set foot in there, I spilled my Splendimin stew all over the place and almost soaked all my notes. I didn't let that deter me, though. No, sir, I was hot on the case. Okay. Don't do that, Nikke is fucking crazy. Should mention when the game barely started can show up years later. Ah, that's pretty normal though, in my experience. Yeah, this is Chatterbox's true than me.
その方たちって誰なんですか？アブソルート分隊とメティス分隊なのです。
は
両分隊が最初で最後に連合した作戦なのです。エリシオンとミシリスの最強分隊。では直接聞いてみましょう。そんなに簡単な問題じゃないのよ。その分隊は各会社が厳しく管理してるんだから、会いたい時にいつでも会えるわけじゃないのよ。
It'd be really suspicious too.
行けばなんとかなるんじゃないですか？なんたって私たちは特殊別動隊なんですから。
指揮官、それに関して話したいことがあります。軍需品の製造工場に関する作戦の際、アークの協力があったらここまで事態が複雑になることはなかったのです。いくら特殊別動隊でもアークの協力がないと限界があるのは明らかです。
Are you suggesting we get backup?
その通りです。アンダーソン副司令官やエリシオンの CEO と協力することをお勧めします。
That's Ingrid, right? For Elysian? There's a pretty nice rappy PV from before the game release I'd recommend watching after playing the next chapter. Someone link it, please. Thanks, Tolrogue.
アンチェインドというキーワードを入手した直後、彼らの手助けがあったら簡単に片付いたはずです。
What was I gonna say, chat? You should predict my brain. Oh, what's the name of the Tetra CEO again? I think it starts with an M. How does everyone feel about this? Mustang, yes, thank you.
ずっとやりやすかったはずよ。何より情報の質も違うし、いつまでもエクシアに頼ってばっかりじゃダメですよね。
I don't know if there's like a story about this, but I feel like Anis is a lot more traumatized by this than she's like letting on. Or at the least like there's like past trauma that's being exasperated by this.
ちなみに私たちはいつもすごく忙しいです。
決定的に私たちにはあのクソガキを牽制する手がないのよ。
主演
She even gets called a kusogaki.
どうしてわかったの？
アーク内でクソガキという称号が似合うクソガキは一人しかいませんから。
I thought Anis was over her head here more than traumatized. I think it's more like they're realizing they're in over their heads. I'm also the cynical type and I also have baggage, so... Whoops!
後ろ盾と情報を共有するのが毒になるかもしれませんが、得の方が多いと思います。幸い、その二人は私たちに好意的です。やらない理由はありません。
Okay, I'll speak to them.
ありがとうございます。
じゃあ今すぐ行く？はい。みんなお疲れ様。ゲームはほどほどにしてね。はい。
は？
はい。
Okay.
見送りはしません。また会うので
あります。
エクシア、ありがとう。
はい、はい。
Yeah, I guess there was an oopsie. Guys, you have to understand, she was long distance.
はーい。
Sorry, I didn't register any of that. Okay, done. Alright, let's talk to Anderson.
つまり君の話をまとめると
Guys,
私とイングリッドに君の後ろ
the
盾になって
first thing I
ほしい
saw was Ingrid's titty popping out of the frame. Or popping into the frame. Like, the first thing I saw. Like, it sticks out. It literally sticks out.
企業としては
Dear God.
こちらに何の利益もないと思うが
私も同じだ。何の利益もない。
では聞こう。お前は私たちに何を提供するつもりだ？
The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure they do want to cooperate with us, but they need us to stand on our own feet and prove that here in some capacity, so... Information. I think it's like basically, they need us to explicitly state how this is going to be like a symbiotic relationship.
情報か。残念ながら、私たちの情報力はお前の想像をはるかに上回る。お前が今あんなに苦労して調べているアンチェイントとやらも、その気になればすぐに突き止められる。
But how come you haven't already looked into it? Ha! This is what they wanted to see. You know, I appreciate Shiki-kan. We have the information you need.
情報というのは認識することで拡張されるもの。ごく小さいピースでも認識した瞬間に拡張される。しかし口先だけの虚勢は数えきれないほど経験した。私とアンダーソンを魅了するような情報のピースを提供しなさい。今すぐに。そうすれば前向きに検討しよう。
私には記憶証拠は聞きません。
For me?
Ingrid's chest standards
Yo,
around a full minute
Rappy!
before she does.
You know, I respect the balls. It's just enters the room a full minute before she does. Honestly, yes. Thank you. Happy.
あなた正気？ラピ
なんだと。
もう一度言ってみろ。
この前記憶消去されましたが、すべてを覚えています。
I mean, this was actually the best piece of information, and probably the only information we could have gotten, because they probably know everything about Vapus that we know already.
そんなバカな。
原因について心当たりはあるのか？
Wait a second.
そんなバカな。そんなバカな。
Did you already know? I
相
wouldn't
手
be
にする
surprised.
必要はない。嘘に決まっているだろう。
Yo, he's trying to cover for our ass.
私はそんな風に育てた覚えはない。
Here.
そんなバカな。
The way he says it is like a whisper. Like, hey, shut the fuck up. Stop talking. Stop talking.
もう一度聞く。原因について心当たりはあるのか？
妊婦を殺す物質アンチェインドに暴露したと思われます。
Anderson really is like a dad. I love Anderson. I'd be so sad if anything bad happened with Anderson later on. Don't let that happen, guys. Don't let it happen. That's why you call him daddy. Is he actually genuine? No! Don't smiley face that! No! No! I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play. How could you do this to me? No! Why? Maybe it's fake, guys. Okay, it's fine as long as he doesn't die. It's fine as long as he doesn't die. Guys? Even if it's just the shell of him, I'm okay with the shell of him. It's fine, I'll take it. Is he at least cool? Is he at least cool when it happens? Okay. I'm so fucking dead. Maybe you guys are just saying this to make me feel bad. Maybe this is the time you guys are lying to me. You know what? It's fine as long as he's not dead. Well, he's still part of the story. Have you heard of haunting the narrative? No, but maybe, right? You guys are just smiling because you want me to feel bad. I will gaslight myself. This is the one time I will gaslight myself. Okay? Well, I will say, to be fair, there are a number of things that could happen. My guess is... at some point...
Is that money?
Maybe he has to cover for us, or he sticks his neck out too deeply.
Prediction.
And then... there are consequences for that. Don't. Guys. Stop. Okay, is it soon? Is it soon? Do I know soon? Does this happen soon? Please, at least tell me about... You don't have to tell me the exact chapter. Yeah. Maybe he won't die. It's okay. I'll just disassociate. He's such a bro, dude. You guys could just be saying this to throw me off. Who knows? Who knows? I will say, no matter what, he will face the consequences of supporting us at some point. What those consequences entail, I don't know. The saddest things for me would be, 1, him dying, or 2, him becoming a monster. If he just loses a leg or something, I'm okay with that. If he gets fired, I'm okay with that. But the first 2, I feel like... he's important to me! Oh my god, no. He's already a monster. Let me use the stud finder on Anderson right now. Oh my god. You know, I wouldn't be surprised too. I'm 99% sure that there's going to be human experimentation in the story later on. And someone is going to be used to send, like, a message at some point. I don't fucking know who. I'm so fucking sad. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. You know what? Maybe I'll ask Hio. I'll ask Hio to tell me.
いつどんな経緯で暴露したのかは分かりません。しかし、私はその結果を持っています。
ピースを持っている。
Wait, what? Have you been getting the event reel things? No, what are those? No, but I mean... more... explicit... human experimentation. Like, obviously this is human experimentation, but I mean... a different level. You know? That we would actually, like, witness. Like, some... new procedure. You know? I wonder if we'll meet someone that's human, actually, and then we'll see them turn into a Nikke. And it's gonna be really fucking sad. Substance that deteriorates the nymph. I think it was exposed to Vapus. Oh, she's saying the nymph was exposed to Vapus.
そうです。結果があれば原因はいくらでも突き止められます。その逆も同じです。教官に教えてもらいました。
覚えているのだな。
協力を約束してくださるなら私の体を提供します。必要でしたら私の脳を開けても構いません。
これはいい。アブソルート分隊との面談を許可する。いや、共同作戦を許可しよ
う。What that?
ヘレティックとの交戦があったところへ行って自分の目で見て確認するように。ただ話を聞くよりもその方が確かだろう。
エリア H は出入り禁止だ。
お前なら許可できるだろう。
Guys, maybe if Anderson dies, the reason is because they couldn't pay Tomokazu Sugita. What am I saying? This isn't Destiny.
わかった。許可しよ
う。では、直ちに出発するように。
I hope you guys are ignoring me. I mean, to be fair, they have Casa's VA, so it's all-star cast. Guys, guys. I heard that. Okay. I heard that later on, Shiki-kan gets kind of morally gray, and I wouldn't be surprised if Anderson dying was potentially a trigger point for that. I would like it if after this, Anderson and Shiki-kan got closer, but then the second they get close, terrible things happen. I would not like that, but that is probably what would happen. I feel like the name of Anderson's song is a giga spoiler. If it's like something like Eulogy Bro, like based, I'd fucking cry. Oh, but anyways, I would really like for Anderson and Shiki-kan to have like a close mentorship relationship, you know? And are you serious? I don't want to play this fucking game anymore. You know what? Maybe. No. I see at this point, since you guys have known that I will say shit when you smile with stuff like this. I know it. You guys are actually smiling to throw me off, because the smiles to actually confirm things stopped a while ago. Now it's just smiles because you actually don't want to say anything. So I do think too much. I'm actually a champion overthinker. Overthinker final boss. No, it's not copium. It's true. You guys are gonna smile at everything. Smile at everything. Yeah. All smile. All of us smile, none of us do. Yeah. Well, I mean, the smiles that if I say something and then you guys smile and you do that every time I'm right, then it's just gonna confirm that for me. But at this point, you guys have stopped doing that and you just say it every single time. So it's finally doing its job, I will say. So it really is creepy. No, please. I actually, dude, the worse I expect, the better it is. That said, I think maybe I'll call it for today. I mean, realistically, I think that there's actually a good chance that he doesn't die, and there's a good chance that he does die, if we're to be totally objective about it. But I know one thing for sure. and that is that he will be in some sort of precarious position, whether it is politically or physically at some point, because of the lengths he has been going to for us, basically. And I said this earlier, but I'm pretty sure that in order to make this happen, like in order to give us this, I guess this level of autonomy, I think that he gave something up. I don't know what that is, but I do think that he had to sacrifice in some capacity. But yeah. let's see. Dore. Dun, dun, dun. Also, if you're new here and you had a good time and you enjoyed listening to me yap in Theorycraft, feel free to follow, subscribe, stick around. I feel like we had a lot of good discussions today. I am going to say thank you, and then... Well, here's the thing. I'm thinking too soon because I need to prepare myself emotionally. But who knows? Maybe I won't feel anything. That's how I normally feel. Let's see. Yeah, realistically, if I were to not spiral about it, I think that there are a lot of... There are a number of ways it could realistically go. That's what I'll say. But, okay. Thank you very much, Pigeon. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Waverly. Thank you, Sully. Thank you, Mixer. Thank you, Hinko. Thank you, Puffy. Thank you, Crispy. Thank you, Nori. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you, Exley. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Neat. Thank you, Aki. Thank you, Salt. Thank you, Sona. Thank you, Lemon. Thank you, Mac. And thank you, Wiz. Yeah, I mean, you never know what could happen. It could be so many things, like realistically, right? I know that at this point you guys are, you know, you're smiling, so you won't spoil anything. So we will see.
Drink
I have to read. Bam. Welcome, Yom. Is that how you say it? Yom? 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 Hi. Welcome. Thank you. I hope that you enjoy being a legal poison taster. Homo. Who should I read? Who do I have? Yeah, this one's for real. This one's actually like I'm ending for real. I'm trying to think. Because when I go to raid, I try to find people with similar content, but I'm also looking for people that I haven't raided before. I guess... oh, I haven't raided Maple in a while, I think. Have I? How long has she been streaming? Let me see. She's ending to look up an Anderson fanfic as a pick-me-up. No, I'm gonna go play Live in Deep Space after this. I need to enjoy my incest in peace. What the? Oh my god, the sound scared me. This is like, hold on. 4 hours ago? I don't know. Do you think Maple's gonna stream much longer? I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to pressure her into streaming more. Anderson's an only child. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm trying to think. Bro, should I just not raid anyone? Should I just raid me? Oh wait, hold on. Let me see. Damn it, not again. Not again! Aww. Well, actually, this might be okay. Alright, I am going to read... Hold on, let me see this. Dore. Alright, I'm gonna read Chiaki. I can read on Twitch. I don't have friends. Oh, I can read Riri. So I'm trying to go out of my comfort zone, no? But I'm very shy. I don't talk to people at all. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, there you go. Oh yeah. Anyways, good night, chat. I hope you had a good time. Remember, please like, follow, subscribe. If you guys can watch my videos too, that would help me immensely, because I get more popular, and more popularity means I can survive more, which means more ad revenue, which means more stable career. What do we like in this house? Stability, except in your mentally ill streamer. She can be stable financially though. Okay, bye. Wow, would you look at that? Was that almost... It's almost like there was a Nikke video there that had an edited version of my first stream for Nikke. So crazy. You should watch that and comment and like and share. And if you're on mobile, hype it up. Thanks. Anyways, bye!